government did not immediately, or said they were still studying the compact. The letters prompted concern about the precedent of signing on to such agreements. Well, it should be concerned anytime a government in a free society tells the universities what they can teach and that they have to promote the president's political agenda. That is a massive red line that has been crossed. I hope all 9 say absolutely no. But I'll tell you, we saw with the previous threats, universities cut deals because when millions or billions of funds are being held up by the government, that's an effective strategy of blackmail that forces university presidents to say, I got a responsibility to keep this place functioning. We got a lot of folks who are involved in the research. We can't send them all home. The interruption will damage the enormous amount of work that's already been done. I mean, the pressures are intense. That's a terrible place where universities are when the power of the US government is mobilized to oppress them. On October 10th, an article notes about MIT that they rejected special funding offer from the Trump administration. MIT became the first university to reject an agreement that would trade support for the Trump administration's higher education agenda in exchange for favorable treatment. The proposal, called the Compact for Academic Excellence, was sent to 9 universities, require colleges to cap international student enrollment, freeze tuition for 5 years, adhere to definitions of gender, and prohibit anything that would belittle conservative ideas. In a letter on Friday to the Trump administration, MIT's president, Sally Kornbluth, wrote the university has already freely met or exceeded many of the standards outlined in the proposal, but she disagrees with other requirements or demands, including those that restrict free expression. Fundamentally, the premise of the document is inconsistent with our core beliefs that scientific funding should be based on scientific merit alone, Dr. Kornbluth wrote. A White House spokeswoman, Liz Huston, said in a statement that, quote, any university that refuses this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to transform higher education isn't serving its students or their parents. They're bowing to radical left-wing bureaucrats. The best science can't thrive in institutions that have abandoned merit, free inquiry, in pursuit of truth, she added. President Trump encourages universities to join us in restoring academic excellence and common-sense policies. But the administration is not asking for free inquiry in pursuit of truth. They're asking the universities to promote the Trump's political agenda. The idea of the compacts has been deeply unpopular among faculty members and free speech advocates who view them as another political intrusion into the affairs of academia. They argue the Trump administration is threatening the independence of American higher education by cutting hundreds of millions of dollars in research funding to force top universities to adopt its agenda. And of course, that's exactly what is happening. The compact has complicated negotiations between the Trump administration and individual schools, including Harvard, where it is a sign that if they reach a deal with the administration, the government will come back and ask for more concessions. Two of the universities that received this invitation to this compact were ones that already reached deals with the Trump administration. And so that's what's driving the concern that it's just going to be more. Well, this is wrong. Our tax dollars are at work for research because research takes our nation forward, makes it more prosperous, allows an opportunity for people to utilize to maximum effect those wonderful brain cells they've been granted, and in the course find innovations inventions, valuable ideas that become valuable to the entire society. Universities are supposed to serve all Americans, not just those who agree with the president. They're supposed to be places where ideas are robustly debated, not places where the things they present are dictated by the government. You want that? Go to China. China has that. You want to live in a country that controls what its universities teach, that have to adopt the government authoritarian line? Go to China. That's where you'll find that in abundance if that's what you love. If you love this idea of a government dictating what our universities teach. I offer a sincere compliment to Princeton President Christopher Eisgruber, who has called out Trump's actions as, quote, the greatest threat to America's universities since the Red Scare of the 1950s. Now that's what I call standing up for academic freedom. And now, under our program of It's 12 Midnight Somewhere, we've reached the last location of the official states of the United States, where Hawaii has arrived, where midnight has arrived in the state of Hawaii. And so we had 4 time zones in the continental U.S., another time zone in Alaska, and now we're in Hawaii, some 6 hours after midnight first arrived here on the east coast of the United States of America. And as midnight has arrived at each of our various time zones that affect the United States, I've been reading Paul Revere's Ride by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, because that poem was about ringing the alarm bell that the British were attacking. In this case, wasn't actually ringing an alarm bell. It was putting lanterns in the church belfry, and then folks could see those lanterns. Specifically, the person was Paul Revere, who, when he saw the lantern, rode through town after town, alerting people to the attack by the British. There's a parallel in a sense that right now, Americans are ringing the alarm bells about the authoritarian takeover of our country. There is nothing normal, there is nothing legal, there is nothing constitutional about this authoritarian takeover. Quite the opposite. It is shredding our Constitution, demolishing our separation of powers, destroying the checks and balances. And that's the warning we all need to hear and respond to, just as the communities that Paul Revere rode through responded and went out to fight the British. Listen, my children, and you shall hear of the midnight ride of Paul Revere on the 18th of April in 75. Hardly a man is now alive who remembers that famous day and year. He said to his friend, if the British march by land or sea from the town tonight, hang a lantern aloft in the belfry arch of the North Church Tower as a signal light. 1, if by land, 2, if by sea, and I, on the opposite shore, will be ready to ride and spread the alarm through every Middlesex village and farm for the country folk to be up and arm. Then he said, good night, and with muffled oar, silently rowed to the Charleston shore. Just as the moon rose over the bay, where swinging wide at her moorings lay the Somerset, the British man-of-war, a phantom ship with each mast and spar across the moon like a prison bar, and a huge black hulk that was magnified for its own reflection in the tide. Meanwhile, his friend, through alley and street, wanders and watches with eager ears, till in the silence around him he hears the muster of men at the barrack door, the sound of arms and the tramp of feet and the measured tread of the grenadiers marching down to their boats on the shore. Then he climbed the tower of the Old North Church by the wooden stairs with stealthy tread to the belfry chamber overhead and startled the pigeons from their perch on the somber rafters that round him made masses and moving shapes of shade by the trembling ladder, steep and tall, to the highest window in the wall, where he paused to listen and look down a moment on the roofs of the town and the moonlight flowing over all. Beneath, in the churchyard, lay the dead in their night encampment on the hill, wrapped in silence so deep and still that he could hear, like a sentinel's tread, the watchful night wind as it went, creeping along from tent to tent and seeming to whisper, "All is well." A moment only he feels the spell of the place and the hour and the secret dread, the lonely belfry and the dead, for suddenly all his thoughts are bent on a shadowy something far away, where the river widens to meet the bay, a line of black that bends and floats on the rising tide like a bridge of boats. Meanwhile, impatient to mount and ride, booted and spurred with a heavy stride on the opposite shore, walked Paul Revere. Now he patted his horse's side, now gazed at the landscape far and near, then impetuous stamped the earth and turned and tightened his saddle girth. But mostly he watched with eager search the belfry tower of the Old North Church as it rose above the graves on the hill, lonely and spectral and somber and still. And lo, as he looks on the belfry's height, a glimmering and then a gleam of light. He springs to the saddle, the bridle he turns, but lingers and gazes till full on his sight a second lamp in the belfry burns. A hurry of hoofs in the village street, a shape in the moonlight, a bulk in the dark, and beneath from the pebbles and passing a spark, struck out by a steed, flying fearless and fleet. That was all. And yet, through the gloom and the light, the fate of a nation was riding that night. And the spark struck out by that steed in his flight kindled the land into flame with its heat. He has left the village and mounted the steep, and beneath him, tranquil and broad and deep, is the mystic meeting the ocean tides, and under the alders that skirt its edge, now soft on sand, now loud on ledge, is heard the tramp of his steed as he rides. It was 12 by the village clock when he crossed the bridge into Medford town. He heard the crowing of the cock and the barking of the farmer's dog, felt the damp of the river fog, and rises after the sun goes down. It was 1 by the village clock when he galloped into Lexington. He saw the gilded weathercock swim in the moonlight as he passed, and the meeting house windows, blank and bare, gaze at him with spectral glare, as if they already stood aghast at the bloody work they would look upon. It was 2 by the village clock when he came to the bridge in Concord town. He heard the bleating of the flock, the twitter of the birds among the trees, and felt the breath of the morning breeze blowing over the meadows brown. And one was safe and asleep in his bed, who, at the bridge, would be the first to fall, who that day would be lying dead, pierced by a British musket ball. You know the rest. In the books you have read, how the British regulars fired and fled, how the farmers gave them ball for ball, from behind each fence and farmyard wall, chasing the redcoats down the lane, then crossing the fields to merge again under the trees at the turn of the road, only pausing to fire and load. So through the night rode Paul Revere, and so through the night went his cry of alarm to every Middlesex village and farm, a cry of defiance and not of fear, a voice in the darkness, a knock at the door, and a word that shall echo forevermore. For born on the night wind of the past, through all our history to the last, In the hour of darkness and peril and need, the people will waken and listen to hear the hurrying hoofbeats of that steed and the midnight message of Paul Revere. The midnight message of Paul Revere. To be alerted, to be warned that the British are coming and that they are an enormous threat to the colonies. I'm here tonight, or should I say this morning, to ring the alarm bells that there is a full authoritarian assault on our constitutional values, our separation of powers, and the full assault on our liberties. It is an assault, absolutely, on due process, on free speech, on free press, on free assembly. It is the weaponization of the Department of Justice to go after people on a political enemies list the president has compiled. It is the effort to mobilize the military to go after peaceful protesters and to create violent interactions that would justify even more authoritarian power. It is the attack on universities. It is the attack on law firms. And now we turn to the use of violence. An authoritarian president emboldened by a rubber-stamped Congress, emboldened by a deferential Supreme Court, sending military troops against American citizens who are peacefully protesting. This is un-American. It's a fundamental violation of the purpose of our military. The military exists to defend us from foreign powers, not to be a tool in a president's hand to attack people who disagree with his point of view. That happens in countries that don't have a president. That happens in countries that have a king. Under our Constitution, we don't have a king here in America. Our whole Constitution is that we are not governed by and for a king, but governed by and for the people. And we certainly don't believe that the man at the top or the women at the top of the executive branch should be using the military against his own citizens. By law, federalizing the National Guard is quite limited. It can only be done if it's done in partnership with the governor, or if there is an invasion, or if there is a rebellion. At the time the laws were written, passed right here in this chamber, well understood what those terms meant. An invasion, a military force on our border, threatening to cross and attack our nation. That's an invasion. A rebellion, a large, well-organized, well-armed group trying to overturn the government of the United States of America. The last time we saw something that might have qualified a rebellion was when President Trump organized a mob to attack the Capitol to prevent the votes from being counted in the Electoral College. They were large, they were well-organized, they were somewhat armed, and they were certainly striving to overthrow the government by preventing the counting of electoral ballots. But compare that to protesters peacefully holding signs of concern about the policies of this president or the actions of one of his agencies. Isn't that freedom of speech? Isn't that freedom of assembly? It goes to the core of who we are as Americans. Government doesn't tell us what to think. We get to say what we want. We get to say it when we want it. Sure, there are some restrictions. You don't yell fire in a crowded theater and cause people to stampede. But essentially, it's the freedom to express your views. And you can express them in ways the government doesn't like, in places the government doesn't like. You can express them in satire in ways the government doesn't like, because we're Americans and we treasure our freedom. Well, obviously, there's nothing approaching an invasion or rebellion in the city of Portland. Senator Wyden and I were outside of ICE a couple weekends ago. I saw 3 women holding a sign that looked like it had a flower on it. Nothing particularly threatening. But there's been lots of other protesters at other moments, protesting, though, with joy and whimsy. A group called Pause for Peace were getting together with puppies and dogs. I don't think a bunch of folks holding their beloved dogs constitutes a well-organized, well-armed group trying to overthrow the government. And there's a group called Pastries and Pajamas. They're handing out pastries while dressed in pajamas, encouraging people to be engaged in peaceful protesting. They may disagree with the administration, but making their voice heard is as American as apple pie, or in this case, apple pastry. But Trump decided he wanted to create a riot in Portland. Why does he want to provoke a riot? Because if he can incite violence, he feels he can justify putting the military into our cities, getting the courts to say that's okay. And being able to use the military against your own citizens, that's a powerful tool of an authoritarian. But it's an extraordinary risk to our republic, an extraordinary risk to government by and for the people. And not just in Portland, but in LA, or in DC, or in Chicago. What the instructions appear to be to his federal agents is to provoke violence by attacking peaceful protesters. In Oregon, the Oregonian, the major newspaper of our state, did a report in which they said their staff witnessed the federal agents attacking peaceful protesters. What really struck me about this is normally a newspaper story is detached. It's like a protester said the federal agents came out and attacked someone who was doing nothing but peacefully standing there. Well, someone said this, or someone alleged this. But in this case, the newspaper article was, our staff witnessed federal agents attacking peaceful protester. No. It was not simply reporting what someone said, it was what the reporters themselves witnessed. Let me read you this reporting from the Oregonian about how federal agents attacked peaceful protesters in Portland from October 3rd. It is titled, Federal Officers Blast Chemical Spray into Vocal but Nonviolent Portland Protester Video Shows, by Jonathan Bach. A federal police officer walked up to a 19-year-old protester and blasted chemical spray directly in her face at Thursday night's protest outside the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement building in Portland. The protester, who gave only her first name, Leilani, had been in front of the ICE building when federal agents with shields ordered protesters to move away from the entrance to let a car exit the garage. She complied, but was hurling curse words and insults at the two officers in front of her. When a third agent wearing a gas mask approached her, within 10 seconds, the officer directed a canister at the 19-year-old's face and doused her with chemical spray. Now, this video is just shocking. I haven't seen anybody watch this video who doesn't go, oh, take a great gasp when they see this agent pull up the pepper spray straight into this big cone into her face. Shouldn't that disturb every one of us in this chamber to see a peaceful protester attacked in that fashion by federal agents? You know, I believe that it's important for all of our federal agents to have unique identifiers on their uniform. It's fine if it's a number. It doesn't have to be a name. But what we know from around the world is when you have unidentified agents, have no identifier, they feel quite comfortable doing things like walking up and spraying pepper spray directly in the protester's face, because there's no accountability for their attack on the protesters, because no one knows who they are. This is especially amplified when they wear masks. If there is a symbol of fascism that maybe is above all others, it's the unmarked, masked federal agent grabbing people, throwing them into unmarked vans and whisking them away to who knows where. So we had a vote in this chamber saying that each federal agent should have a unique identifier. Well, in part to discourage them from doing outrageous attacks on protesters or other outrageous acts, and partly to identify them if they did do something that was outrageous. So there's some accountability. Accountability is part of the trust relationship in government by and for the people. You live in a land with an authoritarian king, you don't want accountability. The king doesn't want anyone to allege anything about anyone. But when the government's by and for the people, accountability matters. But it didn't exist in this case. Within 10 seconds, the officer directed a canister at the 19-year-old's face and doused her with chemical spray. The interaction illustrates how federal law enforcement officers use aggressive tactics against protesters who yell and needle officers, but don't appear to present any clear physical threat or present clear physical threats. That was the case even before Thursday's protest, when fights broke out between protesters and counter-protesters, leading to 3 arrests by Portland police. A reporter from the Oregon Live witnessed the immediate aftermath of the chemical blast when protesters, acting as on-site medics, rendered aid to the 19-year-old and another protester who was also hit with chemical spray. A nearby Portland Police Bureau officer then called for paramedics. A Department of Homeland Security did not immediately respond to a request for comment Friday on its tactics. The Oregon Live, that's their online name, has witnessed other uses of force by federal police against nonviolent protesters outside the South Portland building. To be sure, not all protesters at the ICE building since June have been peaceful. Federal and local police have arrested dozens of people at the building on allegations of assaulting officers and destroying government property, many of them at the outset of the protests in early summer. Mayor Keith Wilson called for an investigation after the newsroom published video in September of Homeland Security officers seen repeatedly shoving, spraying, and hitting protesters. So as this article points out, if you go back several months, there was some back and forth between folks who were protesting and the federal agents, and the police took care of it. They were arrested. I'm not just sure exactly what is meant by destroying government property. It may have been graffiti, maybe it was something else, but not that I have heard that there was any significant property destroyed, but that was months ago, and it was handled by local police. That's a normal, not great. I mean, I prefer all protesting to be absolutely nonviolent. But what we have seen in the time that Trump has been sending these additional agents, that's been a time when virtually no one's been arrested because nobody's been acting out. They have been not playing the game Trump wants to play. They have not been taking the bait. They have been protesting with joy and with whimsy. Very hard to argue that there's anything the local police can't handle when there aren't even any arrests because people are handing out pastries and bringing their puppy dogs down. And then there's a report by Oregon Public Broadcasting. Oregon Public Broadcasting has been down covering the demonstrations. They said the federal agents asked the protesters to move back several blocks, and the protesters did. There was no conflict between the protesters and the agents. They were asked to move back, and they followed instructions. Behind this line of federal agents were videographers, professional videographers. What are they doing there? What is their role? They were waiting to take pictures when the federal agents created a fake riot. So after moving people back several blocks with absolutely no conflict, the officers are in a line across the street, the videographers are behind them, and then on command, the officers throw down the flashbangs, which erupt and sound like gunfire and lights flashing from them. They fire the pepper balls, and they release the tear gas canisters. So there's smoke, and there's the sound of gunfire, and the videographers are just hungrily taping it all so they can get this fake riot and present it as if there was something real riot going on. I really don't know of any other time the government has deliberately faked a riot. But they did on this occasion. This is like the Wag the Dog movie, where an entire war is faked. Only in this case, it was just a riot. I say just a riot trying to create the appearance of violence so they could convince a judge to let them federalize Oregon's National Guard or move in the National Guard from elsewhere, to mislead the courts and to mislead the American people. It's governing by gaslighting. And this is the first time I know in our history that a president has staged a fake riot. It should never happen. Whose idea was this? I know. Why don't we have a congressional hearing about it? Would any of my Republican colleagues get to the bottom of our government trying to fake a riot in order to increase their authoritarian power? Because I will partner with you in a microsecond to hold such a hearing. True-blooded patriots should be terrified the government is faking scenes to try to provide evidence to courts or to the American people that something is going on that simply isn't going on. I think we have a poster here. Thank you to Coin 6 News. You see, there was a woman, this woman, and she was talking to two officers, and they'd asked her to get out of the way, and she had. All well and good. And then the third officer walks up and just sprays her straight in the face. Just, wow. I mean, if you saw it on video, you would go, oh my goodness, unbelievable. I saw an interview of that woman later, and she said that it was extremely scary because she couldn't breathe. She falls to the ground. She said, I didn't know if I was going to be able to draw the next breath or some expression like that about what it's like to have that just shot directly into your eyes, directly into your lungs. That type of deliberate provocation, wow, that is a federal government out of control, an authoritarian federal government trying to create reactions and violence in order to justify even more authoritarian power. And Portlanders are not taking the bait. Here's another example from Chicago. We have this pastor, this cut in half, a few seconds before, a few seconds after. Pastor in the traditional motion of praying, standing outside a building by himself. He's obviously in a religious posture. He's wearing religious garb. No obvious resistance to any type of command. And he is shot, pow, right in the head. I believe that's a pepper ball shot, but I'm not 100% sure. He reports that he was shot twice in the head and 5 times on the body. Federal agents attacking a praying pastor, posing no threat, in a posture of prayer, shot from federal agents up on top of the building. Maybe if they had an identifier on their uniform, they wouldn't be so callous in attacking a peaceful protester. This is an extraordinarily dangerous moment. An authoritarian president proceeding to attack free speech, attack free press, weaponize the Department of Justice, and use it against those who disagree with him. And then seeking the court's permission to send the military into our cities to attack people who are peacefully protesting. And this reporting from Time magazine about the military-style ICE raid on a Chicago apartment building during which ICE agents zip-tied the children. Military-style ICE raid on Chicago apartment building shows escalation in Trump's crackdown. Time magazine, Rebecca Schneid, October 4th. Around 1 a.m. on Tuesday morning, armed federal agents rappelled from helicopters onto the roof of a 5-story residential apartment in the South Shore of Chicago. As other agents worked their way through the building from the bottom, they kicked down doors and threw flashbang grenades, rounded up adults and screaming children alike, detaining them in zip ties and arresting dozens, according to witnesses and local reporting. The raid has drawn outrage throughout Chicago and the state of Illinois, with rights groups and lawmakers claiming it represents a dramatic escalation in tactics used by federal authorities in the pursuit of Trump's aggressive immigration crackdown. Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker accused federal agents of separating children from their parents, zip-tying their hands, detaining them in dark vans for hours. Videos show flashbang grenades erupting on the street, followed by residents of the building, children among them being led to a parking lot across the street. Photos of the aftermath show toys and shows littering the apartment hallways, evidence of those pulled from their beds by the operation that included FBI and Homeland Security agents. Pritzker condemned the raid and said he would work with local law enforcement to hold the agents accountable. Well, that raid was designed to be a provocation to the community, try to generate a riot, used the violence to justify more authoritarian control, but in the process demonstrated inappropriate and disproportional military assault on American in their apartment buildings, in their homes. ICE tactics were criticized again on Friday when Chicago alderperson Jesse Fuentes was handcuffed by federal immigration agents at a Chicago medical center after questioning agents about their warrant to arrest at the medical center. Chicago's Mayor Johnson called ICE tactics abusive. You don't win the hearts and minds of the people by turning the military on them. But if you want to be an authoritarian leader, you want to use the military, and our founders were very, very concerned about that. The attacks were so violent that a judge stepped in. And CNN had this report, Laura Sharman and Carol Alvarado. A judge in Illinois has temporarily blocked federal agents from using certain types of force and crowd control measures against protesters after a video of a pastor being repeatedly shot by pepper balls during a demonstration outside an ICE facility near Chicago drew widespread outcry. The lawsuit alleges federal agents have shot, gassed, and detained individuals who have been protesting outside ICE detention facility in Broadview for the past few weeks, preventing them from exercising their First Amendment rights. The suit claims the tactics infringed journalists' right to cover the protests. The 14-day order took effect Thursday and applies to all DHS agents, including those with ICE and U.S. Customs and Borders Protection in the district, which encompasses Chicago and Broadview ICE processing facilities. The judge laid out specific protections for journalists covering the protests, blocking federal agents from arresting members of the press unless there is probable cause to believe the individual has committed a crime. Reverend David Black of Chicago's First Presbyterian Church stood in the street offering prayers and urging ICE officers to repent when he was repeatedly struck in the face by masked agents standing on top of the ICE facility, according to the lawsuit and the video taken during the protest. Black was visibly attired in clerical garb when ICE snipers fired, the lawsuit said. Moments later, he was doused with chemical spray that ICE agents directed at his face. Video obtained by CNN shows the pastor near the building with his arms outstretched when a cloud of smoke erupts from an explosion by his head and he drops to the ground. Other protesters rushed to his aid and surrounded him. Another video shared with CNN shows masked agents pushing Black as he walks back and is then pepper sprayed in the face from close range. Black told CNN's Aaron Burnett that a large group of federal officers then rushed out of the gate and began to shove us, describing their behavior was indiscriminate and vicious. The pastor insisted he and other protesters received no warning and claimed he could hear the agents laughing as they fired shots from the roof, calling it deeply disturbing. Yeah. Man of God praying in front of a building attacked by masked ICE agents. This is the picture of Trump's tyranny against the American people. Unbelievably, Speaker Mike Johnson doesn't seem to be too bothered by these violent attacks. He said, quote, "I've not seen them cross the line yet." We've seen images out of Chicago of federal agents shooting faith leaders with pepper balls and arresting journalists, reporters said. Where's the limit for you on what's acceptable conduct by federal law enforcement? And when is it incumbent on Congress to amend oversight on federal law enforcement? I've not seen them cross the line yet, Johnson replied, saying there were some committees with jurisdiction over federal law enforcement. It's not risen to that level. Well, where is the line, Speaker Johnson? Was the line crossed when the president abandoned due process and threw students out of the country for alleged comments on policy in the Middle East? Was the line crossed when the president proceeded to use the licenses and the power over mergers to tell broadcast media what they can put on the air? Was the line crossed when a person was stopped on the street who had legal residence in the United States and sent to a prison in El Salvador where the only way out is a coffin? Was that crossing the line with no due process? Was the line crossed when the presidents used the power over research grants and rules over foreign students who pay healthy tuitions in order to try to force the universities to become agents of the state and teach what the president wants them to teach? Was that crossing the line? I ask Speaker Johnson, if there is no line crossed when the president develops an enemies list and proceeds to turn the full power of the Justice Department to try to put that person into jail, is that not a line crossed? It's certainly not equal justice under law. So many lines have been crossed, so many times. Attacking peaceful protesters, conducting a fake riot in an effort to deceive the court or deceive the American people that there was a riot when there was none. The district judge in Oregon who adjudicated the order by Trump to federalize the Oregon National Guard said, there is nothing close to rebellion. There's nothing close to an invasion. So the standard is not met, the standard in the law that allows you to federalize the National Guard. So then Trump said, I'm going to send the federalized force from California and Texas to Oregon. They've already been federalized. The same judge said, same standard applies. Nothing close to rebellion, nothing close to an invasion. The standard has not been set. So she put on a temporary restraining order on both efforts. This is a fundamental issue in the United States of America, the military not be used against American citizens. There's a standard in the law. So Supreme Court, wake up. Do your job in the framework of the Constitution and the laws of this land. Quit inventing new ways to create an authoritarian state. Why am I so concerned that our Supreme Court has gone so far off track? Well, last year, they found invisible ink in our Constitution. That's one reason to be concerned. Maybe you can find it too. Why don't you take a look? Maybe you can show it to me. Maybe the founders really put an extra clause in there that, only appears when you warm it with a hot air dryer, though hot air dryers did not exist at the time the Constitution was written. They had a case, Trump versus United States of America. The case stemmed from the first Trump administration. And in that case, the question was, is the president above the law? Is the president immune from any potential criminal prosecution for actions in office? And I thought, well, absolutely not immune. Our founders were terrified that a president would be a king. Kings are above the law. Kings are the law. But presidents are not the law. And yes, of course, they're accountable. There's nothing in Article 2, the section of the Constitution that addresses the executive branch, that says, well, the president, in order to make sure he doesn't have to worry too much, is immune from any prosecution for any crimes he might commit while acting on behalf of the government or acting in an official government act. Yeah, try to find that clause in the Constitution. Yeah, I'm pretty confident, not there. In fact, the founders were the exact opposite. So those originalists on the Supreme Court, they are as bogus as a $3 bill. They know how terrified the founders were about the possibility of a president exercising authoritarian power. That is why they provided checks and balances. While Congress writes the laws, Congress decides what programs are funded and how much they are funded. Congress decides if a person is suitable to an appointment to a high level in the executive branch. That's the separation of powers. And I don't know if you might be able to find for me the early quote that were in the introduction material, but I might read those again because they seem to me very relevant in this case. But here we have the question going to the originalist on the Supreme Court. Of course, they're going to vote 9-0, both the judges who have been appointed by blue presidents and judges appointed by red presidents. It won't matter because it's just so absolutely clear. There's no clause in the Constitution that says the president's above the law. But this court, they decided to make the president above the law with their ruling. Not in the Constitution. They just decided to invent a standard. And their justification was, oh, it's a stressful job, and we don't want the president to worry about whether they're committing a crime. So essentially, they said, you're free. Commit any crime you want, as long as you give it a governmental justification. And then with pardon power, everyone else in the executive branch is above the law too. So there we have it. The Supreme Court has managed to completely unravel the accountability that the founders were so determined to provide. If they wanted the president to be immune from prosecution, they could have put that in the Constitution. If anyone else along the line had said, hey, that's such a great idea, they could have proposed an amendment to the Constitution, and we could have voted on that. Well, you know, if you have people of high character who you have enormous trust in, you might say, well, that won't be too much damage. But what if the person is not of high character? What if the person's an authoritarian who already is demonstrating massive determination to break the law left and right? So there it is. The Supreme Court proceeded to say that the president is above the law. And now the president is acting like he's above the law. The Supreme Court has said he is. He can't get in trouble for anything he does. People who work for him can't get in trouble as long as they stay on his good side because he can pardon them. So we're in big trouble. But now a new case will go to the Supreme Court, and they might decide it this week by the shadow docket. And that case will be based on this question of whether the president, having failed to establish that there is either a rebellion or an invasion, can the president nevertheless federalize the National Guard against the wishes of the governor? I'm afraid the court will say yes, even though the law clearly sets a standard and the standard was not met. They'll say, well, yeah, but the president says the standard was met, so therefore it is met. Under that type of situation, you have swept all the standards out of the way. If you are saying, I don't know, in the construction code, that you're supposed to have stairs that are a certain width, and the stairs are not that width, but the contractor says, yes, they are, is the court supposed to go, well, the contractor said they are, even if it's not there? Oh, gosh, they look twice as steep as allowed, but the contractor said they're the right measurements, so no big deal. Well, it's a big deal, especially when it comes to deploying the military against American citizens who are protesting peacefully. That is a very big deal indeed. So I invite all 100 senators here, 99 senators, to stand with me, or 100 senators to stand together to say we will not accept attacks on due process. We will not accept attacks on freedom of speech. We will not accept attacks on freedom of the press. I am quite confident that if a president said to Fox News, we're going to block your merger request and maybe suspend your license unless you put up the programming we want, there would be a whole lot of senators down here, my colleagues across the aisle, saying that's outrageous, but shouldn't be equally outraged regardless of whether that broadcast network is on the left or right? Aren't we standing for a principle here in the Senate of the United States of America? We've seen 10 months of this president making our country sicker and poorer. 10 months of personal corruption, selling access to himself through his crypto enterprises. I went out to protest on the street when he held a dinner for what I believe the final tally was 230 people. He held a contest. He said, the more money you give me over the next couple months by buying my cryptocurrency, the better chance you have of being invited to a special dinner of 230 people at my golf club. Well, so people around the world said, this is our chance to go see the president by buying enough of his cryptocurrency, these dollars going into his pocket, we get access to him. The president selling access to 230 people, no vetting, just straight out corrupt sale of access. You know, we had a vote here in the chamber on all of us being banned from engaging in this type of corruption. I believe every Democrat voted yes, ban all of us from this type of crypto corruption. But virtually every single colleague across the aisle said we want crypto corruption to continue to be allowed, and voted against the bill or against the amendment. That is a sad commentary on the Senate of the United States of America. 10 months of slashing health care for families to fund tax giveaways for billionaires. 10 months of cutting nutrition for children to fund tax giveaways for billionaires. A run-up of $30 trillion additional in national debt over the next 30 years to fund tax giveaways for billionaires. It's a families lose, billionaires win vision, and it's not a good vision for our republic. In fact, it's not a vision that comes from a republic. It's a vision that comes from an authoritarian government that said this is what they want, and an acquiescent Congress that proceeded to provide it. If we were actually a republic pursuing government by and for the people, then we would be doing the opposite. we would be passing legislation for families to thrive, not slashing their health care and their nutrition benefits. And we certainly would be asking the affluent to pay their fair share rather than giving them trillions of dollars in additional tax breaks. The big, ugly betrayal of a bill has a lot in common with the president's authoritarian actions in this nation. The authoritarian actions are an attack on due process and free speech and free press and weaponization of the Department of Justice, and certainly the effort to send the military in against peaceful protesters. But if that effort involves essentially a government by and for the billionaires, then you see the connection to the big, ugly betrayal of the bill. Because the policy agenda passed here was also all about billionaires win and families lose. We should be 100 strong here in a vision for freedom, saying hell no to authoritarian oppression. I have a letter here published in the Washington Post by Paul Revere and Patrick Nichols, co-founders of the State and Local Human Rights Center. October 2nd, 2025. President Donald Trump, while speaking to our nation's generals and admirals on Tuesday, noted his desire to use dangerous cities as training grounds for our military. The October 1st editorial, U.S. cities aren't meant to be military training grounds, argued against such an approach. So too would the founders of our nation. When the U.S. Constitution was ratified in 1787, urban crime was already a well-known issue. As early as the 1750s, New York was already regarded as the most crime-ridden city in the colonies. And a contemporary observer noted that at the time the founders convened in Philadelphia, the jails were full. Nonetheless, the Constitution's framers rejected a federal police in their conception of our republic. Rather, except in the most exigent circumstances, states and localities were to police their own populace. As Alexander Hamilton wrote in Federalist number 17 in 1789, there is one transcendent advantage belonging to the province of the state governments. I mean the ordinary administration of criminal and civil justice. Certainly, the Constitution gives Congress the power of calling forth the militia, which today we refer to as the National Guard. Title 10 of the U.S. Code allows the President to bring the Guard into federal service when the nation is invaded, in danger of invasion, or during a rebellion. And the Insurrection Act of 1807 grants the President power to deploy troops domestically to suppress an insurrection, domestic violence, or conspiracy that obstructs law enforcement. But the President's and Congress's power to do so are not open-ended. Both Title 10 and the Insurrection Act set a high bar for federalizing the Guard. Engaging in routine law enforcement is illegal and unacceptable. To further drive the point home, the Posse Comitatus Act of 1878 prohibits the use of federal military personnel to enforce domestic policies. For nearly 240 years, in times of peace and war, presidents and Congresses have honored the vision of our nation's founders. Trump should reverse course and do the same. The writers are the co-founders of the State and Local Human Rights Center. What comes next? This brings us to Chapter 7. titled The Unraveling. You know, as I was commenting on the founders' grave concern about the use of the military, and quoted Hamilton, but I also wanted to quote James Madison. At the Constitutional Convention, he warned that a standing military force with an overgrown executive will not long be safe companions to liberty. The means of defense against foreign danger have been always the instruments of tyranny at home. In other words, an executive who is ambitious is highly tempted to use the army, a standing army, against the citizens of the country, and thus tyranny, instrument of tyranny at home. We're trying to understand why the line has been so clear that you have to meet a high bar of a rebellion or an insurrection or an invasion in order to use the American military domestically. That should explain it. That vibe of concern about it instead being used by an authoritarian to basically engage in tyranny, not the protection of rights, but the abolition and crushing of rights of the American people. On the afternoon, this is the chapter 7, on the afternoon of Saturday, February 13th, 2016, a San Antonio newspaper reported that Supreme Court Justice Antonin Scalia had died in his sleep while on a hunting trip in Texas. Social media erupted. Within minutes, a former Republican staffer and founder of the conservative legal publication, The Federalist, tweeted, "If Scalia had actually passed away, the Senate must refuse to confirm any justices in 2016 and leave the nomination to the next president." Shortly afterward, the communication director for Republican Senator Lee tweeted, "What is less than zero, the chances of Obama successfully appointing a Supreme Court justice to replace Scalia?" By early evening, the Senate Majority Leader issued a statement sending his condolences to the Scalia family, but also declaring the vacancy should not be filled until we have a new president. On March 16th, 2016, President Barack Obama nominated appellate judge Merrick Garland to fill Scalia's seat. No one doubted Garland was a qualified candidate. By all accounts, he was an ideological moderate, but for the first time in American history, the U.S. Senate refused to even consider an elected president's nominee for president. As we have seen, the Senate has always used forbearance in exercising its advice and consent in the selection of Supreme Court justices. Since 1866, every time a president has moved to fill a Supreme Court vacancy prior to the election of his successor, he had been allowed to do so. So this was the first time. This was the first time a U.S. Supreme Court vacant seat has been stolen from one president and delivered to the next. The world had changed by 2016. Now, in a radical departure from historical precedent, Senate Republicans denied the president's authority to nominate a new justice. It was an extraordinary instance of norm breaking. Within a year, a Republican was in the White House and Senate Republicans got their wish, a conservative justice nominee, Neil Gorsuch, whom they quickly approved. The GOP had trampled on a basic democratic norm, in effect, stealing a Supreme Court seat and gotten away with it. this particular passage brings back memories for me, because the last time that I stood on this floor and talked through the night was the night before Gorsuch was confirmed. And I said, if we proceed in this fashion, it is an injury to the Constitution for which there is no remedy. Because if Democrats in the future do exactly the same thing, then they will be establishing the norm of each partisan party proceeding to block any Supreme Court's appointment by a president of the other party. That's not our responsibility. That's not our charge. Our charge is to decide if a person is suited. And for the first time in U.S. history, this chamber said there will be no debate and no vote on the nominee that President Obama had put forward. We were not proceeding to exercise our appropriate constitutional responsibility to weigh in on whether the nominee was indeed appropriate. I remember one conservative senator from Utah said, if only Obama would nominate Merrick Garland, then we could confirm him, because that would be a reasonable nominee. Then Obama did nominate Merrick Garland. And yet even that moderate was rejected for the possibility of being considered. Now, it's not the case that the Senate has routinely confirmed nominees to the Supreme Court of the United States of America. In fact, quite the opposite. They have rejected quite a good share of the nominees over a couple hundred years. But they always debated and they always voted. Returning to the chapter at hand, the traditions underpinning America's democratic institutions are unraveling, opening up a disconcerting gap between how our political system works and long-standing expectations about how it ought to work. As our soft guardrails have weakened, we've grown increasingly vulnerable to anti-democratic leaders. Donald Trump, a serial norm breaker, widely and correctly criticized for assaulting America's democratic norms. But the problem did not begin with Trump. The process of norm erosion started decades ago, long before Trump descended an escalator to announce his presidential candidacy. In a 1978 congressional race in northwestern Georgia, Newt Gingrich made his third bid for office in a district outside Atlanta. After two previous failed runs as a self-identified liberal Republican, he finally won, this time as a conservative, capturing a district that hadn't been in Republican hands in 130 years. Gingrich's bespectacled academic look he had been a history professor at a local university. His chirpy speech, his thick mop of hair, bushy sideburns belied a ruthlessness that would help transform American politics. In June of his 1978 campaign, Gingrich had met with a group of college Republicans at an Atlanta airport Holiday Inn, wooing them with a blunter, more cutthroat version of politics than they were accustomed to. He found a hungry audience. Gingrich warned the young Republicans to stop using Boy Scout words, which would be great around the campfire, but are lousy in politics. He continued, "You're fighting a war. It is a war for power. This party does not need another generation of cautious, prudent, careful, bland, irrelevant quasi-leaders. What we really need are people who are willing to stand up in a slugfest. What's the primary purpose of a political leader? To build a majority. When Gingrich arrived in Washington in 1979, his vision of politics as warfare was at odds with that of the Republican leadership. House Minority Leader Bob Michel, an amiable figure who carpooled home to Illinois for congressional recesses with his Democratic colleague, Dan Rostenkowski, was committed to abiding by establishing norms of civility and bipartisan cooperation. Gingrich rejected this approach as, quote, too soft. Winning a Republican majority, Gingrich believed, would require playing harder form of politics. Backed by a small but growing group of loyalists, Gingrich launched an insurgency aimed at instilling a more combative approach. Taking advantage of a new media technology, C-SPAN, Gingrich used adjectives like rocks, deliberately employing over-the-top rhetoric. He described Congress as corrupt and sick. He questioned his Democratic rivals' patriotism. He compared them to Mussolini and accused them of trying to destroy our country. According to former Georgia State Democratic Party leader Steve Anthony, the things that came out of Gingrich's mouth, we had never heard that before from either side. Gingrich went so far over the top that the shock factor rendered the opposition frozen for a few years. Through a new political action committee, GOPAC, Gingrich and his allies worked to spread these tactics across the party. GOPAC produced more than 2,000 training audio tapes, distributed each month to get the recruits of Gingrich's Republican Revolution on the same rhetorical page. Gingrich's former press secretary, Tony Blankly, compared the tactic of audio tape distribution to one used by the Ayatollah Khomeini on his route to power in Iran. In the early 90s, Gingrich and his team distributed memos to Republican candidates instructing them to use certain negative words to describe Democrats, call them, including the words pathetic, sick, bizarre, betray, anti-flag, anti-family, and traitors. It was the beginning of a seismic shift in American politics. Even as Gingrich ascended to Republican leadership structure, becoming minority whip in 1989 and Speaker of the House in 1995, he refused to abandon his hardline rhetoric. And rather than repelling the party, he pulled it to him. By the time he became Speaker, Gingrich was a role model to a new generation of Republican legislators, many of them elected in the 1994 landslide that gave GOP its first House majority in 40 years. The Senate was likewise transformed by the arrival of Gingrich senators whose ideology, aversion to compromise, willingness to obstruct legislation helped speed the end of the body's traditional folkways. Well, this kind of brings us up to the current time that I'm well too aware of. And I don't really want to read through all the details of this particular period, but let me just make a few observations about it. I was told that when I came to D.C. as a senator, I'd see a very different Senate from the one I witnessed as an intern. Enormous difference between 1976 and the Senate I'd witnessed working for Congress in the 1980s and coming back here in 2009 to take an office. And a huge piece of that was certainly the deep animosity between the parties and the determination of the minority really running both ways to paralyze the majority. The Gingrich strategy was don't try to get a few amendments into the bills the other side has It just makes them look good because they're getting stuff done, and it doesn't create a case to show that they should be out of power and you should be in power. So instead, obstruct, 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 and then make the case they didn't do the job well, and therefore elect us. And this was powerfully successful. And a leader of the Senate said, Gingrich gives obstruction a good name. But here in the Senate, the opportunity to obstruct is so much larger in the House. We have nominations that take up a significant amount of time. So by drawing out those votes, you can eat up a lot of time. In fact, that strategy employed by Democrats has led to a nuclear option a couple weeks ago, in which for the first time we're doing blocks of nominees in a single vote. That had been done previously, but only with unanimous consent, saying every senator had looked over the list and said none of them were objectionable. Now that list may be full of objectionable individuals who by quality of character or by experience are totally unsuited to the post to which they've been nominated, but they're just going to be floated in. To me, it's a terrible abdication of the advice and consent clause of the Constitution, and therefore one more check and balance that has been profoundly eroded. But it was triggered by all-out obstruction, slowing down the process by the Democratic minority, just as the Republican minority had done in a previous cycle. In addition, policy bills require 60 votes in the Senate to close debate. Now, this is an artifice that stems from a transition that began in the 1830s. That transition was Southern Democrats giving up on the ability to have states nullify bills they didn't like, decided that the only way that was left for them was to stop bills from ever getting passed in the first place, and therefore talk them to death. Keep giving speeches on the bills, and then make a new motion, like to refer the bill to committee, or to adjourn, or to do this amendment or that amendment, each motion allowing 2 more speeches for each senator under the original Rule 4 of the Senate, and thereby enabling talk to go on infinitely, and wrapping that ability to talk infinitely in the First Amendment, making it a glorious feature of the U.S. Senate, a complete reversal of Jefferson's guidance in the early Senate, which is embodied in his Book of Conduct for the Senate, to speak directly, engage in no superfluous talk, and proceed, therefore, to get to the nut of the question, hear everyone, make a decision, and move on. This was the opposite. This was glorifying obstruction. And this term that came to describe this ability to do endless speeches and glorify obstruction was the term piracy, utilizing the Dutch word freebooter, which in Caribbean slang was filibustero, and thus the pirates have taken over the Senate. And so here we are with obstruction being routine by the minority of the majority to make the case they can't govern, get out of the way, and of course reinforced emphatically by the different cable television channels that proceed to say our side, our viewpoint is glorious and righteous, and their viewpoint is misguided and or evil. Each side saying that and driving the two parties further apart. And then social media proceeding to launch in on top of all of that kind of cementing the differences. And if that's not enough, then money in campaigns used for slander attacks by dark money groups that sometimes reveal who they are and often don't, but almost all the money goes into slander attacks. Some, more than half, what did I see, 70 or 80% is factually incorrect. It's just making up attacks on people and putting it out there because it works. When people hear horrific accusations against someone, it does, in fact, make them less likely to vote for that person because they don't have the time and effort or the ability to figure out what's true and what's not true. So lies work. Negative advertisements work. So if you have been on the receiving end of such ads, and probably just about everyone here has, that also hardens the opposition between the parties. So there we are, caught in this cycle of obstruction. And as I mentioned many hours ago, this strategy was really symbolized to me by a memo that I received in, I believe, April of 2009, written by Frank Luntz, a consultant who helped the Republican Party refine its pitch. And it said, in essence, whatever Democrats propose to improve health care, we will attack it and call it a government takeover. And he went on to elaborate why they had done focus groups. And in these focus groups, they had proposed different phrases. And the one that got the biggest negative response was government takeover. So regardless of whether a policy had any element of government takeover, that was the term that was going to be used. And I came down to the floor here in one of my first speeches and said, this is scary. This is inappropriate. Have we really come to the point that the goal of basically nearly half the senators is simply to obstruct and to misrepresent a policy because they don't want anything to be improved? They don't want the healthcare system to be improved. They just want to make sure that nothing good is done so they can kick out the majority party and they can become the majority party. And the answer, in the end, basically, in the 17 years I've been here, is pretty much the answer. That both sides, their top goal is getting back in the majority so they can do good things, but when they're in the majority, they're obstructed by the minority, and the cycle continues, and the frustrations continue. And the ineffectiveness of the Senate in addressing a rapidly changing world, well, that proceeds to feed cynicism about whether our model of government is up to the task. So fixing this system to work better is a step in the direction of addressing better policies in this rapidly evolving economy, new technologies, and by so doing, affirming to folks that our system works, that we shouldn't desire or seek out an authoritarian strategy for the future. And yet here we are with that authoritarian strategy in full gear, being deeply embraced certainly by the president, but also by the leadership tied to the president's party. And that part I would so like to see change. Find a way to take ourselves out of this cycle of paralysis and animosity and actually say, so what are the ways we can make the healthcare system work better? Let's get it done regardless of who's in the majority. That would be a huge improvement that America would like to see. Well, I'm going to fast forward to the next section because I think I've summed up the challenges that have been raised, not all of them. And one of the pieces that is the spread of this use of the filibuster into every crevice of our congressional operations. Before 1965, this process of talking bills to death was basically done on final passage of policy bills. It wasn't done on amendments. It wasn't done on motions to proceed to bills. It wasn't done on nominations. Not because it couldn't be done, but because the norms of the Senate were not that you should use this obstruction except on policy bills of great consequence that you passionately opposed. And essentially, the bills that were the target of filibusters were civil rights bills. Southern Democrats determined to block civil rights from being restored. My party, until my party changed. Now, the Republican Party was founded as an anti-slavery party. So it was more supportive of ensuring civil rights for all Americans. But Southern Democrats, they wanted to block the ability of Southern Black Americans from being able to register to vote. And so the filibuster was used mostly on civil rights issues, including issues regarding lynching and registration, voting, so forth. After 65, people started to say, well, hey, this lost some of its racist taint. Barack Obama called it the Jim Crow relic, because that's what it was used mostly for, was the oppression of civil rights. But it lost some of that taint after 1965. It started to be used gradually and then more rapidly until you basically can't sneeze here without facing a new version of the filibuster. Now, the old version was you talked a bill to death, new motions, new speeches, never allowing to get to a final vote. But then that changed dramatically when we had a battle in 1917 over arming commercial ships. And that battle was because Woodrow Wilson wanted to arm them, but a small group of senators said, you know, if you arm commercial ships, that means we're going to be using arms against German submarines or German ships that are threatening ours, which means we'll be in war, and there's been no declaration of war, so this is an overstep of presidential power, and we should not do this. Now, that view was held passionately by few, but was the clear minority position. It's a small group that felt so strongly about it. But they used the filibuster up to the transition of government in 1917. And that transition then occurred in March, not in January as it does now. And La Follette of Wisconsin was leading the opposition. And he wanted so badly to speak in the final moments up to 12 noon when the government was going to change over because the transition between presidencies. And he got so frustrated, he took one of these brass urns that are relics themselves. They're basically spittoons for people to spit their tobacco into, back when tobacco was allowed to be chewed here on the floor of the Senate. He took one of those urns and he threw it across the well of the Senate. That's how frustrated he was. The well of the Senate, this space in front of me right now that curves around and has tables in it. It's hard to imagine somebody grabbing one of those spittoons and tossing it across the well in frustration, but that's how much he wanted to give the final speech to kill this bill. But Wilson, President Wilson, immediately and effectively vilified what La Follette was doing. He referred to a small band of men and had some nice fancy language in it, obstructing the entire will of the nation as embodied in this great institution, and how this institution could not go forward to address the issues that it was facing unless it restored its ability, which led immediately upon the reconstitution the next couple days of a new rule that said you can close debate if a supermajority of the Senate calls for it to be closed. So no longer could a small band of willful men bring this great Senate to a standstill. And that ability, or that requirement to close debate, then led to, well, okay, great. If we get a group of, well, once we had 100 senators, 41 senators initially, it was a smaller group, you needed 2/3 of the Senate in order to close debate. So you basically needed 34 senators who would agree to obstruct in order to keep a debate going. And that changed later on to a lower number. But the point is here, you now had this rule that tempted people to hold out the ability to close debate until they got their way. So it added to the kind of a level of paralysis. It provided a solution to a small group, but it provided a temptation to a larger group to obstruct the ability of the Senate to go forward. And then when that same power is taken up by the parties, it became quite a tool for the minority to wield against the majority. But again, until '65, it was basically rarely used on anything except civil rights. But then it started to be used on amendments and motions to proceed. And because it was designed to be used rarely, it was therefore designed to take up a lot of time. You have to file a petition to close debate at the desk. You have to wait an intervening day in order to vote. And after you vote to close debate, you still have to allow another 100 hours of debate. And that was later lowered to 30 hours of debate. But when this is done routinely, it just absolutely eats up the Senate time, and the Senate can't function. So this chapter, the Unraveling, kind of saying how we got into this big mess of mutual assured obstruction of the minority against the majority. And the challenge that we have to get out of that cycle of deliberate obstruction if we're going to be able to meet the challenge of addressing the issues in a fast-changing society. So let's talk about another big challenge. And that's the weaponization of the Justice Department. When Donald Trump was campaigning for president in 2023, he told his followers, "I am your retribution." Retribution is exactly what we've seen since he returned to the White House. One recent example has been the indictment of Trump's former national security advisor, John Bolton. Bolton wrote in his memoir that Trump is stunningly uninformed and easily manipulated by foreign leaders. Well, not something that sure made Trump happy to have John Bolton say that. After working for Trump, Bolton said, "I don't think he's fit for office. I don't think he has the competence to carry out the job." And Bolton was just one of the many Trump critics who is now in Trump's crosshairs. New York Magazine published a piece in April about these fears titled, "Trump Threatens to Imprison Critics," and Bondi Might Do It. It's written by Ellie Honig, April 11th of this year. Donald Trump's presidential payback tour rages on, and now it's personal. It's one thing to target multi-billion-dollar law firms, universities, and media outlets for organizational retribution. Those efforts aimed at stifling and punishing any criticism or dissent are reprehensible in their own right. But now Trump is going after individual private citizens, using the might of the executive branch to potentially throw his detractors in prison. In a pair of official proclamations, rendered no less unhinged by the use of official fonts and White House letterhead, Trump identifies two targets who worked in the federal government during his first tenure and dared to speak out publicly against him. First, Chris Krebs, who led the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency from 2018 to 2020, and made headlines when he publicly contradicted Trump's false claim that the 2020 presidential election was stolen. For this act of heretical truth-telling, Trump labels Krebs, quote, "a significant bad faith actor," whatever the hell that means, who poses grave risk to the American public. And then there's Miles Taylor, a former Department of Homeland Security official who publicly criticized the president in an anonymous book and various media appearances. Taylor, like Krebs, purportedly poses risk to the United States, is a bad faith actor, though apparently not a significant one, like Krebs, and stoked dissension with his public commentary. Are you scared? Don't you fear the risk posed by these two monsters? True to the form he's displayed when going after disfavored law firms, Trump hits below the belt. The president ordered security clearances stripped not only from Krebs and Taylor, but also from everyone who works with them. Krebs at a private security firm, Taylor at the University of Pennsylvania. He's punishing his targets, plus their employers and colleagues. First Amendment freedoms of association be darned. And those comments are not mine. I'm just reading the text here. It gets worse. In a separate set of orders, Trump directed the Attorney General to open criminal investigation of Krebs and Taylor. Notably absent from the orders is any plausible notion that either might have committed a federal crime. This hardly needs to be said. But it's not a federal crime to be a bad faith actor. It's not a federal crime to stoke dissension, or even to be a wise guy, as Trump called Krebs from the Oval Office. The next move is Pam Bondi's, and we know how this will go. Any reasonable, ethical attorney general would follow the bedrock principle that a prosecutor must have predication, a fancy word in quotes, some kernel of fact on which to believe a crime might have been committed in order to open a criminal investigation. The bar is low, but it serves the vital purpose of preventing precisely the baseless retributive inquest that Trump has now ordered up. In observance of this foundational precept, even Bill Barr, the subject of sharp criticism in my first book, Hatchet Man, generally ignored Trump's public pleas for the arrests of Barack Obama, Joe Biden, and others. Like the exhausted parent of an unruly toddler, Barr would mostly sit back and let the tantrum pass. Don't count on Bondi taking the same course of passive resistance to the presidents. She has already shown her true colors, and they're whatever shade Trump pleases. Despite the distinct possibility of criminality by top administration officials around the signals scandal, the AG refused even to investigate. Instead, she decreed, after zero inquiry, with zero evidence, that information about military attack plans was somehow not classified and that nobody had acted recklessly. Case closed, no inquiry needed. Even if the DOJ investigates but concludes it cannot bring a criminal charge, the threats to Krebs and Taylor is real. Any criminal inquiry takes an enormous toll on the subject. Subpoenas fly. Friends and colleagues get pulled into the grand jury. Phones get seized and searched. Legal costs mount. Professional reputations suffer. Personal ties fray. Ask anyone who's been investigated by the Justice Department but not indicted. They will tell you it's a nightmare. Trump has long made a habit of threatening his opponents with criminal prosecution through social media posts and spontaneous outbursts from the lectern. Until now, it was mostly bluster, a public form of scream therapy for the capricious commander-in-chief. But now it's in writing from the president to the attorney general, who typically jumps to attention to serve whatever suits the boss. Prosecutorial standards be darned. Trump's dark fantasies are coming to life. So most of us haven't heard of these individuals. Miles Taylor, a Homeland Security official who criticized the president in a book. Krebs, who led a security agency for 2 years, and who simply contradicted Trump's false claim that the presidential election was stolen. Are those people to go after? They're not influential in the broader sense of being widely read, well-known, but taking and launching a criminal investigation out of them when you have no evidence of crime, you're just going on a witch hunt. The term that Trump loves to use so much when there's actual evidence. But now here, there's no evidence. He's just going to make those folks miserable, and maybe break the bank for them because they'll have to spend all their money, might have to spend all their money, their resources, their savings on lawyers. That's pretty brutal use of the power of the federal government. And it not only hurts those it's directed against directly, it's meant as a message to everyone else. A message which says, you mess with me, you criticize me, you might be the next person that I tell the Attorney General to launch an aggressive criminal investigation against, even if I have no evidence you've done anything wrong. Well, that was in April. In September, the New York Times published a piece titled, "Trump Demands That Bondi Move Now to Prosecute Foes." September 20th, so basically a month ago. He said, or really, I guess the term is demanded, that his Attorney General move quickly to prosecute figures he considers his enemies, the latest blow to the Justice Department's tradition of independence. We can't delay any longer. It's killing our reputation and credibility, Mr. Trump wrote on a social media post addressed to Pam, meaning Attorney General Pam Bondi. They impeached me twice and indicted me 5 times over nothing. Justice must be served now. Mr. Trump named James B. Comey, the former FBI director, Senator Adam B. Schiff, Democrat of California, and Letitia James, the New York Attorney General, saying he was reading about how they were all guilty as hell, but nothing is going to be done, unquote. Asked later by reporters about his message for Ms. Bondi, Mr. Trump said, "They have to act. They have to act fast." Even for a president who has shattered the traditional norms of maintaining distance from the Justice Department, Mr. Trump's unabashedly public and explicit orders to Ms. Bondi were an extraordinary breach of prosecutorial protocol that reached back to the days following the Watergate scandal. His demands came a day after he ousted the federal prosecutor who failed to charge two of the adversaries he most reviles, Mr. James, Miss James, and Mr. Comey, showing how far Mr. Trump had gone in exerting personal control of the Justice Department and breaching the long-standing norm about keeping politics at a distance from law enforcement. You know, it goes back to those words above the Supreme Court, equal justice under law. You're not targeted because the government doesn't like what you say. You're not targeted because you insult the president. No, you're targeted because there's evidence that you did something wrong, and like anyone else who did something wrong, you're investigated, but not because you're on the president's enemies list. That is the weaponization of the Justice Department that is so concerning. It is a feature of the authoritarian state. Use the power of government to go after individuals, causing them to flee the country, causing them to reverse their statements, causing them to spend vast sums on attorneys fighting the allegations, maybe destroy their career. And this little bit that we read about, how in one instance the federal government took the security clearances not just away from the two men, but the people they worked with. Well, nobody's going to hire you, so that if you're going to kind of create a problem for the entire group to have their security clearances, so it's a collective punishment. Other innocent people brought into the attack strategy, all aimed at suppressing dissent, all aimed at undermining opponents and encouraging people not to say what they think. I used to say, one of the great things about America is you can stand up and criticize the most powerful man in the country, as long as you have your facts straight, and you get to do it because we have free speech. You get to express what you believe. You aren't in a country where you get disappeared or where you get targeted. But now I can't say that because we're in a country where you do get targeted, because the president is targeting people because of what they say about him or because they have played a role in the past. This is fabulously out of sync with freedom in our country. Freedom of speech, freedom to air your views, which makes for a much healthier country to have honesty in what we're observing so that people can act according to the insights that are produced. In a different social media post later on Saturday, I'm returning to the text here, Mr. Trump defended Ms. Bondi, saying she was doing a great job, but that she needed a tough prosecutor in the Eastern District of Virginia, where Eric S. Siebert was abruptly forced from his post atop the U.S. Attorney's Office on Friday. Mr. Trump said he would nominate Lindsay Halligan, a special assistant to the president, who was on his personal legal team, to fill the role. Ms. Halligan, who spent much of her career as an insurance lawyer, has never been a prosecutor. Ms. Siebert's exit deepened troubled questions that have arisen in recent months about the politicization of the Justice Department, supposedly self-governing satellite offices. But it also raised a blunter and more immediate issue. Which of the nation's U.S. attorneys might be next? Beyond their efforts to push out Mr. Siebert, whose inquiries into Ms. James and Mr. Comey effectively fizzled out, administration officials have also ramped up pressure against Kelly O'Hayes, the U.S. attorney in Maryland, according to 3 people familiar with the matter. Ms. Hayes, a career prosecutor who has spent more than a decade in that office, is leading inquiries into 2 other vocal critics of Mr. Trump. Mr. Schiff, who has been accused of mortgage fraud by Mr. Trump's allies, and John Bolton, Mr. Trump's former national security advisor, who is facing scrutiny over allegations of mishandling classified information. Recently, Ms. Hayes told associates that she was under no illusions of the pressure she would face if she refused to bring a case she believed to be unsupported by evidence, as Mr. Siebert did, according to people with knowledge of those conversations. And while she signed off last month on asking for a warrant to search Mr. Bolton's home in Bethesda, she has indicated that she would not bring charges against Mr. Schiff unless her team discovered evidence to support them. Mr. Trump's campaign against U.S. attorneys who oversee offices in 93 federal districts across the country is an extension, even an escalation, of the early purge that his top political appointees carried out at the Justice Department headquarters and the FBI against those who worked on the criminal cases brought against him before he returned to power. In other words, you investigated me because there was evidence of a crime. I'm coming after you now. Retribution. And in other cases, it's you disagreed with me and said that the 2020 election was in fact valid. I'm coming after you and your office mates on top of that. This is a dictator. This is not a president. This is a dictator. This is a tyrant. A man who is proceeding to wipe out due process, to attack free speech, to attack freedom of the press, to weaponize the Justice Department, to seek to send the military in to attack peaceful protesters, and have that military available in the future to suppress dissent. A man who in the weaponization Justice Department is operating on the mode of anyone who played a key role in the government. When they investigated me, I will go after them. Anyone who disagrees with what I say, I will go after them. Everyone beware of what you say. President Trump, why don't you pick on me? I'm criticizing you all through the night. It is important to understand that when you criticize the president, you are at risk of being a target. That is tyranny. That is not freedom. And together, Democrats and Republicans should respond and say this is 100% unacceptable. Democrats and Republicans together should take the case to the president and say, you know that how you're stealing the power of the purse? Not going to happen anymore. Now, we proposed a clause that would be in any continuing resolution that would say whatever has been agreed to in a bipartisan fashion can only be undone in a bipartisan fashion. So if something is adopted in a standard appropriation bill that has a 60-vote requirement, it would take 60 votes to undo it. We propose that because that way you're honoring the deal struck between the two parties. That's basically to stop the strategy of the president stealing the power of the purse and canceling programs after the fact. That is a reasonable request to honor the constitutional power invested in Congress. And I will keep raising that question and keep inviting my colleagues across the aisle. Let's join together, Democrats and Republicans together, to save our republic. This is not the vision of the nation that I think any single member of this body believed in when they were elected, a vision in which the rights of Americans are compromised, where freedom of speech is no longer in existence because you can be criminally prosecuted on a whim by the president when there's no evidence of a crime. Continuing with this article, but Trump's latest demand for the prosecution of his foes also underscores how his desire for retribution against those who pursued him after his first term remains as intense as ever, and how he appears to feel less constrained by political and legal norms in imposing payback. Given that these prosecutor officers are where federal cases are filed on a day-to-day basis, the move strikes at the nuts and bolts foundations of the criminal justice system. It seems intended both to create a frictionless path for prosecutions of those who have run afoul of Mr. Trump, and perhaps to provide the White House with a tool it could use to set aside or slow cases it would like to see disappear. White House interference in the work of U.S. attorneys was once considered such a taboo that former Attorney General Alberto Gonzales, who served under President George Bush, resigned in scandal after the Justice Department fired 9 U.S. attorneys in 2006 for what were perceived to be political reasons. But Trump's reaction to Siebert's ouster could not have been more different. Several people, including Bondi and Blanche, the Deputy Attorney General and the President's former defense lawyer, lobbied hard to keep Siebert in place, arguing that he had been an efficient and cooperative partner in immigration and crime enforcement in Washington's southern suburbs. But Trump responded to repeated entries by saying, quote, "I don't care," according to a person with knowledge of the matter. His position seemed to be he had been warned several times during his first term about firing U.S. attorneys, given they could have put him in jeopardy, and he ended up being investigated after leaving office anyhow. Well, this article goes on to provide additional detail, but it says near its end, since returning to office, Mr. Trump and his allies have often sought to justify their attacks on U.S. attorneys by claiming the justice system under President Biden had been weaponized against his predecessor. Still, there is no evidence that federal law enforcement officials in the Biden administration were strong-armed into bringing or dropping prosecutions for what were overtly political reasons, nor were there any high-profile resignations by U.S. attorneys under Mr. Biden that were similar to Mr. Siebert's resignation on Friday. So the attorneys followed the facts, what they're supposed to do, without encouragement or influence from the president under Biden, and now they're being instructed, as opposed to no influence and no instruction, they're being instructed who to go after. So much has gone on that it's hard to track it. In these various categories we've talked about, even in the weaponization of the Justice Department, some of the cases are against individuals that the president has on his enemies list. Others are after career employees who aren't doing exactly what the president wants to pursue those criminal investigations against people on the target list. Then we have more going on. The Department of Justice fired attorneys and other staff who were involved in the January 6th investigations and prosecutions. So we have the criminal prosecutions of people on the enemies list, of Trump's enemies list. We have the firing of attorneys in the prosecutor's office. And now we have the firing of attorneys and staff who were involved in January 6 investigations. More than a dozen FBI agents were fired because during 2020 they had kneeled with protesters in the wake of George Floyd's murder. And Trump has publicly called for investigations into other political enemies, as we have seen. The Comey indictment has received a particularly significant amount of attention. The Brennan Center provided some input on this. The power of the prosecutor is tremendous, impacting the life and liberty of those whose conduct brings them within the criminal justice system. Prosecutors decide who gets charged and what crimes they get charged with. They make influential recommendations about sentencing. That's why it's essential for prosecution to stay independent of politics. Justice demands that prosecutors make decisions based solely on the facts and the law, without fear or favor. Without fear or favor. No one can be above the law or unfairly subjected to it. New federal prosecutors learn about former Attorney General and Supreme Court Justice Robert Jackson's views, which, although stated in 1940, resonate powerfully today. Quote, "The prosecutor's discretion is tremendous. He can have citizens investigated, and if he is that kind of person, he can have this done to the tune of public statements, veiled or unveiled intimations. The prosecutor can order arrests, present case to the grand jury in secret session on the basis of one-sided presentation of the facts can cause the citizen to be indicted and held for trial, while the prosecutor at his best is one of the most beneficent forces in our society when he acts from malice or other base motives. He is one of the worst." There are echoes of Jackson's warning last week when the Justice Department indicted one of the president's political opponents, Lindsay Halligan, President Trump's former personal lawyer and newly installed U.S. attorney in the Eastern District of Virginia, went to the grand jury, apparently alone, to indict former FBI Director James Comey for allegedly lying to Congress, congressional investigation. Trump turned to Halligan after her predecessor, Eric Siebert, an experienced career prosecutor who Trump himself had tapped to lead the office, declined to prosecute Comey due to insufficient evidence. So a seasoned prosecutor, a career prosecutor, which Trump himself had tapped to leave the office, said there is insufficient evidence to prosecute Comey and declined to do so. There was credible reporting that prosecutors in the office had serious concerns about the case. That prompted Trump to put out a Truth Social post that read like a text message to Attorney General Pam Bondi than something you would expect to see from a president on social media. Pam, I have reviewed over 30 statements and posts saying that essentially, same old story as last time, all talk, no action, nothing is being done. What about Comey? What about Adam, Shifty Schiff? What about Letitia? They're all guilty as hell. Nothing is going to be done. Then we almost put a Democrat-supported U.S. attorney in Virginia with a really bad Republican past, a woke rhino who is never going to do his job. That's why two of the worst Democratic senators pushed him so hard. He even lied to the media and said he quit and that we had no case. No, I fired him, and there is great case, and many lawyers and legal pundits say so. Lindsay Halligan is a really good lawyer and likes you a lot. We can't delay any longer. It's killing our reputation, our credibility. They impeached me twice. They indicted me 5 times over nothing. Justice must be served now. President, DJT. This level of presidential interference in prosecutorial decision-making contradicts everything our country has done in the post-Watergate era to protect against corruption of the justice system. So, firing FBI agents, directing the Attorney General publicly to go after folks that he doesn't like, going after attorneys who don't prosecute in the fashion. There's a lot. A lot. Article after article. This one I actually, maybe an additional element that I wasn't so familiar with. In late September, President Trump signed an executive order designating Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization. A few days later, he issued the National Security Presidential Memorandum 7 on countering domestic terrorism and organized political violence. This analysis evaluates claims made in these documents and their potential damaging effects, drawing on the Brennan Center decade of work on the government's framework for responding to terrorism, foreign and domestic. Both the order and the memo are ungrounded in fact and law. Acting on them would violate free speech rights, potentially threatening any person or group holding any one of a broad array of disfavored views with investigation and prosecution. So this is another weapon, another aspect of the weaponization of the Justice Department. If you think that there is a philosophy you don't like, and in this case, Antifa is more philosophy than organization, call it a domestic terrorist organization. That puts individuals and their free speech at great risk. And the memo from the Brennan Center goes in to note all the details about how this doesn't stand up to take any to be basically used to suppress domestic dissent, free speech, by labeling a domestic group a terrorist organization. Building on its framing of the threat from anti-fascism as a wide-ranging conspiracy and domestic terrorism, NSPM 7 directs government agents to go after all participants in these criminal and terroristic conspiracies, including the organized structures, networks, entities, organizations, funding sources, and predicate actions behind them. This memorandum directs the Joint Terrorism Task Force to coordinate and supervise a comprehensive national strategy to investigate, prosecute, disrupt entities and individuals engaged in acts of political violence, intimidation designed to suppress lawful political activity, obstruction under the law. Of course, whenever there is criminal activity, hell yes, enforce the law. But if you're putting a major label on a group because of their viewpoints, that is something entirely different. So So that certainly deserves close examination as another facet. This one, a little more complicated and not feeling like the total framework is completed as to how this is intended to be used or acted on and how it will affect those who might have anti-fascist views. But it certainly appears like it's a strategy to take folks you disagree with and label them a terrorist threat when there may be absolutely no such threat at all. Finally, let me read a message from the organization, The Justice Connection, a group of former career employees of the Department of Justice who left DOJ, either voluntarily or involuntarily, because of actions of the Trump administration. Urgent message from the recent DOJ alumni decrying attacks on the Justice Department. 2-page letter. And Madam President, I ask that this letter be entered into the record.
Objection.
Urgent message. We are 282 former career employees who proudly served our country at the Department of Justice. From prosecutors, special agents, and intelligence analysts to immigration judges, grant managers, civil rights attorneys, and more. We all carried out our duties faithfully, regardless of who occupied the White House, until we no longer could. Each of us left the department either voluntarily or involuntarily because of actions taken by this administration. Our fidelity to the Constitution and our dedication to our country did not end when our jobs did. Now that we've left the department, we believe it's our duty to sound the alarm about this administration's degradation of DOJ's vital work and its assault on the public servants who do it. It is incumbent on all of us to fight for the Justice Department before it's too late. It is incumbent on all of us to fight for the Justice Department before it's too late. The DOJ's mission is to uphold the rule of law, to keep our country safe, to protect civil rights. It's failing on 3 fronts. And I see a colleague has arrived on the floor, and I'm happy to interrupt the reading of this letter. But because of your own background, I suspect you might possibly have some question related to some of these miscarriages of justice. I see my colleague from Minnesota is on the floor, and I would welcome a question if she has one.
Will the senator from Oregon yield? I have one question, and it is about just the Justice Department. We just got the shocking news yesterday. It's every single day something happens, that once again the president is treating the Justice Department as his own personal law firm. He has now asked for, and this might have been while the senator from Oregon was speaking, but the president has now requested $230 million back from the taxpayers of this country off of their backs to line his own pockets, or he says now to give to a charity of his choice. And to me, this is just another example of how he keeps considering the Justice Department as it should be, not as the people's lawyer, but as his own lawyers. And in fact, he has installed his own lawyers there. He has done everything from decided to pardon George Santos and pardon his friends to prosecute his so-called enemies, including firing career prosecutors to allow him to install a White House aide to go after his enemies. And so one of my obsessions with having watched this from the Judiciary Committee is just how that can be justice. And I think it does tie in with everything else that's happening. You know, he is focusing on getting $230 million that he doesn't deserve back into his pocket instead of helping the American people get health care. He's focused on helping his pals and his friends and going after his enemies instead of doing the work for the American people that he was elected to do. So I would just like to have my colleague from Oregon answer a question about how he sees this Justice Department fraud and what's happening over there as related to how the president isn't doing anything for regular people, and instead he's helping his pals.
Well, I thank so much my colleague and friend from Minnesota and the expertise you bring on the Justice Department. As a lawyer, you have the background as you serve on the committee that has this jurisdiction. And I, as a non-lawyer, can tell you I am just absolutely shocked and stunned. I have thought that the norms that we have in America are norms that make a great deal of sense because they have a value associated with them. And that value is the fair administration of justice without prejudice, the fair administration without targeting of political enemies. I think, oh, I read about the targeting of political enemies. That happened in some country far away, where a president who didn't share the values that we have here in the United States of America went after their political enemies by falsely pursuing them in a criminal sense. But then I realized that, no, that's happening right here in the United States of America. And you made reference to a situation that I believe I may have heard about and may have this wrong, in which the president is actually suing the government that instructing his Department of Justice to settle the suit, thereby translating money into the president's pocket out of the government. I mean, are you kidding me? What is the president of the United States? I will file a suit against the government, and then I'll tell the Justice Department to pay it off and put that money in my pocket? I mean, I was just stunned by reading that new version. There is no limit to the self-serving. I must say, in that case, it's money. But when the president has an enemies list, and when the president instructs Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, to go and find something on that person in order to make their life miserable, this is absolutely horrific, because it's not just about targeting that person, which is bad enough. It's about suppressing dissent or enforcing loyalty, suppressing dissent by anyone else and saying to everybody else, you better do exactly what I say. I can issue a pardon if you do what I say and it's illegal, but I can issue a subpoena and prosecute you if you violate, well, if you fail to do exactly what I want.
Will the senator from Oregon yield for a question?
I would love to yield to another question.
So when you look at how this all started, I think about all of these people who have stood up, as you are standing up today. I think about career prosecutors in the Justice Department who have basically said, no, I am not going to do the bidding of the president, whether I was appointed during a Republican presidency or a Democratic presidency, whether I personally vote Republican or vote Democrat. I have a job to do, and that is follow the laws of the United States. And I think the real first indication of this, where people realized just how off the cliff this was going, was when, in fact, there was pressure put on career prosecutors in New York to dismiss these charges that had been the result of a long investigation involving Mayor Eric Adams. And what I remember from that time was Danielle Sassoon, who was a very, very well-respected conservative prosecutor, someone that came up through the Federalist Society, who had clerked for conservative justices, that she decided to resign rather than do their bidding because she felt that it wasn't consistent with the law, that was against the law. And then another career prosecutor named Hagan Scotton, who was a decorated veteran who had clerked for then Judge Kavanaugh and Justice Roberts. He said, when asked to file a motion in that case, you may find a fool or a coward to file that motion, but it won't be me. And those words always echo in my mind. I say to the Senator from Oregon, as he stands up today, of these people through these last months, whether it is standing to march with their kids on their hips, whether it is to stand up, as so many of us have done in this chamber, to fight for health care, whether it is people who, like the statistician at the Labor Department, simply doing her job, willing to stand up and give the facts of what the job numbers were, and then the president didn't like it and had her fired, which I always thought was ironic when it's about jobs numbers and then you lose another job. But in any case, he just fired her, or going after governors at the Federal Reserve, or deciding which states he's going to take funding from. In my home state of Minnesota, as I know you've experienced in Oregon, he cut a bunch of energy projects. And I looked at the list, I thought, wait a minute, these are all grid projects. So many of them were major, major projects with private companies to provide energy in neighboring states like North Dakota and South Dakota. I kind of looked at the list and saw all the funding because the company was based in Minnesota, but all the funding for our surrounding red states. And I just thought, oops, I guess they didn't mean to put this on the list. All of that combines, as you look at what's happening with the Justice Department right now, as a president that is basically decided that there are no norms. And so the only norms left is this body, because the House has decided they're not coming back right now. They're waiting for these Epstein files that they hope will just go away, but it appears they will never go away. They won't even seat a duly elected member of Congress from Arizona because they're so afraid of these Epstein files. So while that's going on, and they're basically decided to just stay home and hang out and not come to work every day, this is the functioning chamber, as close as it can come, that is supposed to be dealing with the matters before the country. And the matter before the country right now is what is happening with our health care system. On November 1st, these premiums are going to be doubling in so many states. You look at some of the states that actually Donald Trump won, like Florida, with millions and millions of people on these plans. You look at Texas, 75% of the people on these plans live in states that Donald Trump won. So while all that is going on, the president goes to his go-to, and his go-to is messing around with the justice system. He literally pardoned someone, as in George Santos, who claimed to be a world-class volleyball player, producer of the Spider-Man movie, and was actually simply a fraudster that the entire Republican leadership in the House of Representatives booted out of the House of Representatives. The president says, I'm going to bring this guy back too. Because every single day, it's that strong arm techniques. Doesn't care if it leads to more violence, doesn't care if it violates the oath of these lawyers in the Justice Department, doesn't care if people get fired, doesn't care about, what does matter? What does appear to matter is making news that day. What does appear to matter is getting on, dominating the news that day. Not our country, not the rule of law, But the one thing I can say, and I ask this of my friend, the senator from Oregon, because the president seems to think this, but does in fact trump the Constitution? Isn't it a fact that our laws and our Constitution, which has withstood wars, withstood the Great Depression, withstood Watergate, withstood all these things, why? Because people stood up, as the senator from Oregon is doing today. Judges stood up, as we're seeing across the country. There are Trump-appointed judges that have made decisions time and time again contrary to this administration because it's against the rule of law. We saw that in the tariff case, those tariffs that are burdening the small businesses in our state. We saw a Trump-appointed judge, a Reagan-appointed judge, an Obama-appointed judge join together and say the tariffs are illegal. So this is happening. Judges are standing up. Our constituents are standing up, as we saw over this last weekend, millions and millions of people standing up in what was the most biggest peaceful protest in the history of this country. And yes, Congress needs to stand up. And that's what the senator from Oregon is doing today. Standing up and saying, this is not normal. This is not normal to have a Justice Department that is doing what they're doing. So I do ask the senator from Oregon, despite him not being a lawyer, to talk about the fact that Donald Trump cannot trump the Constitution of the United States.
I thank so much the question my colleague from Minnesota has laid out. In fact, at least 8 or so topics that I'm going to enjoy addressing. But your final point, does Trump the Constitution? Do we have kings, if you will, in the United States of America? And the answer is, under the Constitution, obviously not. And I so appreciated the name of Saturday's demonstration. 7 million people demonstrating at some 2,700 sites across America saying no kings, and many versions of the most creative possible statistics laid out, of pictures laid out in that process. But you are absolutely, your question, there are no kings under our Constitution. But the president, in all of these things that I've laid out through the course of the night, the attack on the rule of law, the continuous effort to suppress free speech and free press, attack on due process, attack on the law firms, attack on the universities, the use of violence, and the weaponizing the DOJ, all of it is the way a king acts. So in fact, we are in the middle of an authoritarian takeover. It's not down the street, it's not around the corner, it is here right now. And speaking of being here right now, I see my minority leader is on the floor from New York, and I would welcome a question if he has one.
Well, first, thank you, and I do have a question for you. I want to commend you for your fortitude and your strength on a subject that is so important to the future of this country, not only for our generation, but for our grandchildren. We need a democracy, and my question is this. In many authoritarian regimes, there are many characteristics. And we see a lot of this happening in Hungary, in fact. Orban has had his friends take over the media. Orban has used the prosecutorial authorities as a weapon, as Trump has turned our whole Justice Department into an attack dog to go after his enemies and help his friends. And we see this in so many other countries. Now, there are many people in the United States say it can't happen here, and our roots of democracy are stronger and deeper, certainly, than in Hungary's. But the danger is real. And could my friend, and I so respect what he has done all night, could my friend just elaborate on the question, it is different here, but why can we not be complacent when we've seen what happens in other countries like Hungary, like Turkey, and of course, even more severe dictatorships? Why When people say it won't happen here, why should we, even though we're different, why should Americans from every political corner, Democrat, Republican, liberal, conservative, be fighting this authoritarian rise in this country led by Donald Trump, who, as you said, wants to be king?
I so appreciate the question from the minority leader from New York. And one of the things that I certainly felt was, this can't happen here. Our institutions are too old. We have 200 years of practice. We have features that have helped reinforce our constitutional framework. We have a solid middle class. We have a good education system. We have deep traditions in the House and Senate. We have norms that reinforce our constitutional understandings. And yet, it turns out that my confidence that authoritarianism cannot take hold in America is wrong. And one of the things I have done over the course of the night is to read multiple chapters and commentary, two professors who looked at countries all over the world, including Hungary, and said, here's how it happened. They said, we used to think about the end of a democracy as being something done by men with guns. They burned down the presidential palace, they shot the president, maybe they killed his family, they tore up the Constitution, and they said, here's the New Deal. But now, that rarely happens in comparison to the new version in which democracies are put into the grave. And that new version is by elected individuals who start to erode the separation of powers. And if you think about it that way, you just really need three things to become an authoritarian state. You need a Congress that says our role is to just back up and do what the president says, a rubber stamp Congress. And in large part, we have that right now. I can't tell you how many times colleagues have said, I can't take that position because it would upset the president, even though I'm not happy about the situation. Well, so there's that. And then there is, you need a court that confirms or conveys more power to the president. And we have seen court decision after court decision that have conveyed more power, like Trump versus United States, saying the president is above the law. And you combine the president being above the law, as long as it's shielded by an act of government, and pardon power, and now the whole executive branch feels, well, we're all above the law. And then the president comes into office and just starts ignoring one law after another. I think a real early one that got a lot of attention was the firing of inspector generals. And of course, the law says you have to fire them for cause. And the law says you have to give 30 days notice. But the president didn't either. And in the end, he didn't really get the courts saying you can't do that. And then Trump says, you know what, I'm just going to start establishing tariffs around the world. Well, tariffs are not a power delegated to the president. The very first bill the U.S. Senate ever worked on was a tariff bill. They spent 3 weeks assigning a tariff to different things, a keg of nails or a barrel of molasses and so on and so forth. And so this collective factor brings us to the third element that creates the authoritarian state, which is a president who wants to defy the law, create a space in which saying the laws do not apply. So suddenly the checks and balances are gone, and it's not the authoritarianism that we need to fear a year from now. It's here at this very moment. And so this is why we should all, if we had any doubts a year ago, we should all now be going, oh my God, we are not immune from the same strategy that's been pursued with the same authoritarian playbook in country after country after country.
Thank my colleague for that really right on the money exposition of this, and I'd just like to ask one more question related to the first, the supine Congress. Our Republican colleagues seem to just do whatever Trump wants, and we hear lots of mumbling and grumbling, we don't like it. But I hear from some of them saying to me, it wouldn't make a difference if I spoke up. Does my colleague from Oregon agree with that it wouldn't make a difference, that if Republicans, whether at the leadership, in the House or Senate, or a large number or even a decent number of members spoke up against the kind of authoritarian direction that Trump is taking, does my colleague think it wouldn't make a difference, as they say, or does he think it would?
Well, I believe it would make an astounding difference, because when I come to the floor, or any of my Democratic colleagues come to the floor and say, look at this attack on due process, this is just wrong. Look at this effort to tell universities what to teach, this is just wrong. Look at the attack on law firms, and they've been essentially blackmailed into $1 billion of free legal help to groups that Trump wants. That's wrong. Look at the effort to ship people out of this country because of what they say on foreign policy. That's just the violations of free speech and due process. And we say it's just wrong. But in essence, we are speaking within a communication bubble that exists around our urban communities. And there is a different communication bubble that exists around our rural communities. We have driven this into this situation through cable news, where people in my state who live in cities watch one version of the world on cable. They see a different version if they're in rural areas watching a different cable, and then it's reinforced by social media. So when a colleague across the aisle speaks up, now a whole new audience is hearing about what's going on in our country. And it has the act of integrity because it's not coming from across the aisle. It can't be dismissed as a partisan comment. It is clearly a comment of principle. So when you have both a comment that is absolutely principle and a comment that reaches into a different media sphere, now you start to have an enormous impact, and others will have courage to follow. Because I have heard from my colleagues about some of these pieces that they are worried about but are not speaking up on, one person steps forward, maybe takes the hits from some of the right-wing commentators, and maybe actually gains some respect from others who say, you know, that is for sure the truth.
And I thank my colleague from Minnesota for her excellent back and forth with the senator from Oregon. Thank you for doing this. I yield the floor.
Thank you very much to my colleague from New York for those two questions. And one of the questions that my colleague from Minnesota asked about was mentioning a $230 million in compensation that Trump is trying to get out of the government. And so I found the story about that and wanted to fill folks in on what that is. President Trump is demanding that the Justice Department pay him about $230 million. That's a lot of money. To folks in my neighborhood, $1 million seems like an unfathomable sum. And here we're talking about $230 million, $250 million in compensation for the federal investigation into him, according to people familiar with the matter. This is an article by Devlin Barrett and Tyler Pager on October 21st, 2025, so hot off the press, if you will. The people familiar with the matter who added that any settlement might ultimately be approved by senior department officials who defended him or those in his orbit. So you have the president suing his own government, and he has the Justice Department, in which there are people who were on his defense team now working, who would be the ones to ultimately approve a settlement. This situation, this article goes on to say, situation has no parallel in American history, as Mr. Trump, a presidential candidate, was pursued by federal law enforcement and eventually won the election, taking over the very government that must now review his claims. It is also the starkest example yet of potential ethical conflicts created by installing the president's former lawyers atop the Justice Department. Lawyers get to play both sides. They were on his team that brought the lawsuits, and now they're on the team for the Justice Department that would agree to pay him. Well, obviously, that's an unacceptable conflict of interest. And in any ordinary world, you would expect anyone associated with this case to say, absolutely not, my integrity will be profoundly compromised if I come anywhere near this. But that type of integrity and that type of clarity about the importance of avoiding conflicts of interest so that fairness is embodied. I mean, I don't think there is a fair way for this to be adjudicated by his own administration, suing the government and then asking them to pay you by the people who work for him. Is there any way to resolve that conflict of interest? I can't imagine it. The only way I can imagine it is to say that this issue will be addressed in the next administration by people in the Department of Justice who did not ever work in the past or in the present for Mr. Trump. He submitted his claims through an administrative claim process that is the precursor to lawsuits. And it goes on to give the details. But essentially, that's the issue of the president suing his own government and then asking the folks who worked for him to settle it and hand him $230 million. Wow. Can you imagine if President Biden had sued the Department of Justice and asked them to settle the case and give him $200 million? I mean, there would be every single senator across the aisle would be down here saying, are you kidding me? That's the clearest ethical compromise ever created in the history of our country. How can that possibly be done? It cannot be done. We must pass a bill. We must condemn this conflict. It's a ripoff of the American people for $230 million. No way, no how. Well, that is exactly what we should hear, regardless of which aisle you sit by, whether you sit to the left of the center aisle or to the right of the center aisle. It is exactly the outrage over gross corruption. And this isn't the only. This is not, by the way, the worst corruption. It may be. No, it's not the worst. The worst was the president asking people after he was in office to buy his crypto coin and saying he's doing a contest, and the roughly 230 people who bought the most of his coins over a set period, those folks would get a special dinner at his golf club, special access to him. And so over a period of several weeks, competition was held, the winners were announced, and then the dinner was held. And President Trump profited personally, fabulously, from that corrupt activity. Essentially, there are two types of crypto coins, or more than that, but one of them is called a stable coin. And in a stable coin, you're essentially saying, I'll give you $1 and you give me $1 stable coin, dollar denominated. And I can use that cryptocurrency coin in ways I can't use an actual dollar. And meanwhile, you get to keep the dollar I gave you to buy the crypto coin. You get to invest it. So if, for example, someone buys $1 million of those coins and holds them for a year, well, then the president's company gets the interest on that $1 million, however they invest it. And there's restrictions, or at least there's supposed to be restrictions on how you invest it to make sure that it maintains its value. So essentially, it's probably invested in very safe bonds. But still, hey, 4% on $1 million? Well, let's see. 10% would be 100,000. So we're talking about $40,000. $40,000. Well, what if you buy $1 billion now of those coins? Now we're talking about the president and his company getting not $40,000, but $40 million. I mean, it's a direct sale of access to the president for money in his pocket or his company's pocket. And that is simply outrageous. But then there's another coin that's kind of a token. And what can you do with this token? And the answer is not much, but you're just giving your dollars to buy the token, and the president or his company keeps that money forever. So that's even a more direct, instead of just getting the interest off the money that he holds until the coins are redeemed, in this case, he's keeping the money forever, selling you a useless token. He keeps the money. It's basically like saying, hand over your wallet. I'll take cash out of it. Thank you very much. It's as close to a straight bribe as anything you can imagine. And we had a vote here on the Senate floor saying that none of us in the Congress or in the high levels of the government will be allowed to participate in this type of a system. You want a new senator to come in here and he or she will offer a new coin, and somebody comes along and says, yeah, I'll take 10,000 of those, just like handing you $10,000. It's a bribe. And unfortunately, for reasons I don't understand, my colleagues across the aisle, they voted it down. They want to let this crypto corruption continue. Now, is there something wrong with the bill that needs to be adjusted? I'm all ears. I'm looking for a partner across the aisle to say this type of corruption is wrong, and I will join in partnership. Let's write the bill together. Let's go over the old bill together. Let's fix it if it needs fixing. Let's find allies on both sides of the party. But so far, not a word from any of my colleagues saying they want to actually address this crypto corruption, that much more corrupt issue. My colleague from Minnesota had a list of other issues that I wrote down somewhere. See if I can find the piece of paper I wrote them on. She had so many good ideas for me to address. And maybe I'll find it, maybe I won't. And given that I'm not finding it right away, oh, here it is. So she asked about the $230 million scheme, and I've now shared the answer to that. She also noted that isn't it insane to be firing people at random like the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics because the president didn't like the employment numbers? Yes, it's crazy and damaging because now nobody trusts the new numbers. Are the new numbers accurate? They're afraid to put out probably the right numbers because if they look bad, they're going to get fired. Or maybe they'll just kind of bend the assumptions just by a little bit here and there and have it all add up to get them maybe an extra 0.5% or percent of employment, mislead us about where the economy is headed. So no, it is deeply damaging, and so many people depend on the many statistics compiled by the Bureau of Labor to understand what's happening on our economy and whether to make investments. And my colleague from Minnesota also mentioned the canceling of energy projects across the country. And those energy projects, I think it was $8 billion in energy projects all across Democratic states. So this is another form of corrupt activity by a president. The president is supposed to be president of the entire nation, not the president of the Republican Party. And therefore, striving to have success build in every part of the country, regardless of whether they elect blue or red senators or blue or red members of Congress. But the canceled energy projects were targeted at blue states. Now, here's the thing. Those projects produce energy, in general, at a lower cost than fossils. By doing so, by producing electricity that often is in the realm of 2 cents per kilowatt hour, it lowers the cost of electricity. But what do we see actually happening? What do we see actually happening across the country? We see the utility costs going up. So canceling these projects is driving up the cost of electricity for people in state after state after state. So this is why we often refer to the fact that in his first 10 months, Trump has made the nation sicker and poorer. Sicker because of his attack on health care and some of the, well, not so helpful evaluations coming out of the Health and Human Services Office. But also poor because he's driving up costs. He wants folks to use expensive, dirty energy rather than cheaper, cleaner energy that derives primarily from solar panels or wind. Sure, there's some geothermal in there, maybe there's some hydro in there, but the new energy is primarily in the realm of solar and wind. Both of them hovering around that 2 to 3 cents per kilowatt hour. Now, I'm pretty sure nobody here pays a bill at a utility company as low as 2 to 3 cents. So if lower cost energy can be generated, and I think the retail rate in my utility that serves my house is somewhere around 12 to 14 cents, I'd love them to buy 2-cent energy and lower the cost to me, everyone else. But the president killed these projects, often in mid-stride, meaning putting people out of employment, putting investments at risk, putting our planet at risk because he wants to continue to use carbon energy. Carbon energy, very simply, heats up the atmosphere. Nice little warm blanket around the globe. We see it in so many different ways in my home state. So not only is the fossil energy more expensive and dirtier in terms of breathing the air, it's also overheating the planet with carbon dioxide and with leaked methane. Methane can be many multiples more powerful in trapping heat than even carbon dioxide. So both of these fossil fuel products, one from combustion and one primarily from leakage, methane, provide significant damage. And we see the stronger storms that come down, like the one in Texas. And you can't track any one storm and say it was specifically about climate when there are a lot more storms with a lot more energy. That happens because there's a lot more energy in the atmosphere because the atmosphere is a lot warmer. And so, in general, the number and ferocity of the storms is tied to our burning of fossil fuels. So here is the president canceling $8 billion of clean, low-cost energy projects in order to force people to keep using more and more carbon, higher cost, higher polluting, and planet-damaging fossil fuels. And I'm particularly struck that this is happening at a time that in the information revolution, you have big new demands on electricity. You have data centers, and counties like them because they're big, expensive, and they provide property taxes. But they consume enormous amounts of energy. And in so doing, that means the local utility has to go buy more energy on the grid, which is more expensive than the energy they already have, driving up the cost for everybody served by the utility. So some states have started to say, no, you build a data center, or you do crypto mining, or you do AI processing, you need to pay the fair cost of your activities and pay a higher rate for that electricity than the homeowners, so the homeowners don't get shaken down to subsidize these activities. And another point that my colleague from Minnesota made was the impact on small business of what is going on. And yesterday, I had folks from small business who were touring Capitol Hill, holding meetings from Oregon, and there were lots of folks from all corners of the country coming in to say, we are troubled. We have a couple major problems. And those major problems, they listed, one is the tariffs. Because how can you plan for the future when the tariffs go up and down? How do you know what country will buy your products or won't buy your products? How can you make a decision to build a factory under those circumstances? Sure, if there's a high tariff put on your competitor and you happen to have a factory, for a while you can just make a lot more to meet the domestic demand, so maybe that comes out all right. But if it's a permanent, we're going to build more factories, no, those decisions are not happening when the tariffs are fluctuating. Plus, of course, what the president is doing is taking power not delegated to the president. There is no law that gives the president the power to adjust tariffs. So it's being adjudicated, but the courts are slow. In fact, you think very slow when you think of the fact that he's been doing tariffs on his own with no authority to do it for a very long time now in his presidency. The second thing the small businesses said was the Republican bill that doubles the price of insurance on the exchange is absolutely horrific for small businesses because, in general, small businesses buy their insurance on the healthcare exchange. They aren't large enough to strike their own independent deal and get good rates, so they buy their money on the exchange. And without the same level of tax credits, their costs will, like for other Americans, be roughly doubled, a projected 114% interest increase. So that's more than doubled. And so this is the phrase, Main Street is Pain Street, because Main Street small businesses can no longer afford to buy insurance because of the bill that my colleagues across the aisle passed, the bill that Trump called the big, beautiful bill, but many of us called it the big, ugly betrayal because it hurt families by helping billionaires. Doubling the cost of insurance on the exchange on average to give tax breaks to billionaires. Attacking Social Security, which in combination with the changes to the exchange will put 15 million people out of insurance. That's a lot of pain. And we know just how damaging it is when people go out without insurance because we've been there before. We know they don't go to the doctor when they get sick. They don't go to the doctor until they get really sick, and then they go to the emergency room. And by then, a modest illness can become a major illness. A small tumor can become a life-threatening tumor, or maybe an untreatable, metastasized cancer that is a death sentence. And then we have the fact that without insurance, they can't pay the bill. So there's less revenue for the clinic and less revenue for the hospital. And so now the clinic and the hospital are going to have to cut back their programs, which affects the availability of health care for everyone in the community. Maybe it's the maternity ward that goes, because those are very expensive. And that means that instead of going to the hospital in your town in rural Oregon, maybe you have to drive 70 miles to get to another hospital. And do you want to do that if your baby is coming in January or February and you might be in the middle of icy roads or snow drifts? No, I don't think so. And do you want to have to drive 70 miles to get your prenatal exams and your prenatal classes that teach a little bit about what to be prepared for? No, that's a real loss of quality health care to lose programs out of clinics and to lose programs out of hospitals. So the invitation is open to fix this. We have laid out a bill, a continuing resolution, that fixes it. So I invite my colleagues, come and join us and vote for the bill, or at least have your leadership come and sit down and negotiate over this bill. Because maybe you have insights, maybe we can find adjustments and do the right thing for America and fix this healthcare mess. I don't think that it's good policy to have created this mess. I certainly don't think it's good politics to have created this mess. So we'll help you out of that hole. Let's fix this for the American people. Do the best what's right for the American people. And certainly one of the groups that will be very happy for us to address this are the businesses, the small businesses on Main Street. When those small businesses come in and say Main Street is now Payne Street because of the tariffs and because of the attack on health care, you've got a whole lot of stalwart community members who are speaking the truth to power. They're coming to us and saying, here's the situation. Here's what I'll have to pay. Here's how it's so much more. One of the entrepreneurs yesterday, the business owners, said he had, if I believe he said he had 4 employees. Then he talked to at least 3 of them, and they all basically said they weren't going to buy insurance, not at this double the rate. They were going to take the risk, the gamble, that they would not get sick. And maybe they'll be lucky. Like any other gamble, maybe the dice will roll in their favor. Maybe next year they'll buy insurance, and maybe that'll be the year that they need health care and they'll have insurance to pay for it. But we know that when there's a whole group of folks who don't have insurance, a bunch of them are going to get sick. And then they're going to be really sick by the time they go to the doctor. And then they're going to get treated in the place of the most expensive care. And then they're not going to be able to pay the bills, so the revenues will suffer. And there we are, back in this situation where the clinics and hospitals are cutting their programs, affecting the availability of good health care everywhere in the community. Well, I think those are the bulk of the points that my colleague asked questions about from Minnesota. So I'm going to return now to reading this urgent message from recent Department of Justice alumni decrying the attacks on the Justice Department. And since it's been a while since I actually was in the middle of reading this letter, I think I'll start from the top again in order to make it coherent. We are 282 former career employees who proudly served our country at the Department of Justice. From prosecutors, special agents, intelligence analysts, to immigration judges, grant managers, civil rights attorneys, and more, we all carried out our duties faithfully, regardless of who occupied the White House, until we no longer could. Each of us left the department either voluntarily or involuntarily because of actions taken by this administration. Our fidelity to the Constitution and our dedication to our country did not end when our jobs did. Now that we've left the department, we believe it is our duty to sound the alarm about this administration's degradation of the Departments of Justice vital work and its assault on the public servants who do it. It is incumbent on all of us to fight for the Justice Department before it's too late. Just as I've come to the floor to ring the alarm bells about authoritarian control taking over America, here are these employees from the Department of Justice in this letter are saying they are ringing the alarm bells before it's too late. Let's find out what they have to say. The next paragraph goes, Department of Justice's mission, DOJ's mission, is to, quote, to uphold the rule of law, to keep our country safe, and to protect civil rights. It's failing on all 3 fronts. The Justice Department cannot uphold the rule of law when it carries out the president's retribution campaign and protects his allies, violates court orders, evades due process requirements, directs attorneys to violate their ethical responsibilities, and fire its employees without notice or cause in violation of civil service laws. It also cannot keep our country safe when it ousts FBI employees, prosecutors, national security experts, and ATF officials, shelters offices that prevent community violence, shutters offices that prevent community violence, and dismantles drug trafficking operations, purges the attorneys who enforce laws that protect the environment, and shifts highly trained special agents away from counterintelligence and counterterrorism. Oh, I see, thank you for the note, I see that my colleague from New Jersey is on the floor, and I would welcome a question if he has one.
I appreciate it, and appreciate my colleague pausing for a question. And I just want to first say, as I present my question to him, how grateful I am for his stamina and for his strength, but more even importantly for his insightful truths that he has been telling now for well over 14 hours. And in many ways, we see a tradition in this body of being a deliberative body, but it seems now more and more that deliberation is giving way to what the founders never imagined, which is simply conceding to anything that the President of the United States wants. We were born to check and balance the presidency. We are the Article I branch of government. And as my colleague here rings the alarm bell, it is clear to me that the alarm bell he's ringing is not a partisan alarm bell. It's not left or right, it's right or wrong. It's about asserting the Article I branch of the Constitution's strength, its purpose, its constitutional intent. And that is to provide oversight. That is to provide advice and consent. That is to provide the check and balance that we need. And for hours now, what I have been seeing is my colleague, Jeff Merkley, has time and time again been laying plain facts that would not play no matter what party a person is from. A president who is encroaching again and again and again on the constitutional prerogatives of the Article I branch of government. And the result of this is that people are hurting. And I really want to get my colleagues' response to this. The fact is, right now, you have a president not going through Congress, not working with Congress, but undermining congressional intent by gutting and cutting programs, gutting and cutting agencies, gutting and cutting bipartisan approved resources for our states in ways that threaten and undermine the well-being of Americans. We see him approving a tariff policy, not one that has gone through this body. In fact, I would say not one that people in this body would even agree on, that is hurting American farmers, that is driving them to their knees. They want trade, not aid. And as a result of that tariff policy, it's not only hurting the bedrock people who put food on the table for Americans and people throughout this world, but it's hurting consumers by driving up grocery prices. What my colleague continues to point out is how these violations of our constitutional norms and traditions, the insult and injury done to our Constitution, has a real-life impact on the lives of Americans, making us poorer, making us sicker in our lack of access to health care. That we are seeing a time now that if we do not ring the alarm bells, more and more Americans will be hurt by a president who is acting more like an authoritarian leader than a democratically elected executive in the Article II branch. And this is not a left or right moment. It is a right or wrong moment. This is a moral moment in America. And I love what Martin Luther King said. He said, the problem today is not the vitriolic words and violent actions of the bad people, it's the appalling silence and inaction of the good people. And so this is a time that my colleague, through doing this extraordinary step here for more than 14 hours, all through the night, standing up and saying, look, democracy has never been a spectator sport. If you love this country, if you love in a deep devotion the ideals of patriotism more than a party, now is the time for all good people to stand up and call it out. And so I want to know from my colleague, this, with the urgency that we have in this moment, with Americans seeing their energy costs go up, with Americans seeing their grocery costs going up, with Americans now seeing the reality of their health care costs going up thousands and thousands of dollars, with marginalized people, with folks who are struggling to provide for their children, for children with disabilities struggling to get the resources they need, with parents not knowing how they're going to meet the rent and pay for medical expenses, how they're going to be able to pay for the basic needs of their families. This is a time that if you believe in the cherished principles of our nation, from patriotism, devotion to our national ideals, if you believe in the ideals of our nation, love thy neighbor, if you believe that we are one nation under God, this must be the time where more people stand up and speak out, because the only thing necessary for the triumph of tyranny is for a free people to remain silent. And so I ask my colleague right now, because there are people saying, what does it matter that a senator is standing up? I ask my colleague right now to maybe say directly to the American people why you are taking this courageous stand tonight, what you hope they will take away, because it's not about you or me, it's not about the 100 people here. We have seen this president back down before, when the American people, in a chorus of conviction, stand up and say no, no more. As Frederick Douglass says, the limits of tyranny are prescribed by the people who face the oppression. I ask my colleague, what is the message that you are trying to send with this courageous stand, with this incredible endurance, with this strong speech you are giving today?
To my colleague from New Jersey, the message, most important, is that the tyranny has already arrived. It is not down the street. It is not around the corner. It will not be encountered on the path tomorrow. It is here at this very moment. And that tyranny comes in two forms, so important to our country. The first is the attack on freedom. Freedom is secured by due process. So when an authoritarian president runs over due process, he threatens freedom for all of us. When an authoritarian president says, I will dictate through research grant control what universities teach, he's stealing the academic freedom of our independent universities and really gutting the vision that people go to universities to explore ideas and to learn, not to receive propaganda written by a government. If you want that version of the world, that's not freedom. That's found in tyrannical governments. That's found in China, not here at our universities in the United States of America. When he proceeds to say we are going to control law firms by suing them and taking away their security clearances and extorting them to put $1 billion of free law into causes the president wants, that is a form of tyranny against the free enterprise of law firms to have the clients they want and serve the people they want. I read an article sometime in the middle of the night that was about the profound impact on nonprofits that are out of favor with the president and therefore they're not getting the legal help that they had in the past, and how that affects their largely impoverished clients. So there's damage that ripples through the universe from these attacks on freedom. And now is the moment where we have seen the fundamental separation of powers disappear. No, I thought of these robust branches of government, the executive, the Congress, the judiciary, each valiantly defending their role in order to preserve the checks and balances of this beautiful document we call our We the People Constitution. But what happens if the Congress is controlled by a party that says, our goal is to do what the president tells us? Suddenly that check and balance, the president, is gone. What if the court, the Supreme Court, says we want to, regardless of what's written in the Constitution, hand more power to the president? And they say, you know what, we'll make the president above the law, which they did in a law case last year. And suddenly you have the three elements that create tyranny in place of freedom, or authoritarianism in place of a republic. And those are a rubber stamp Congress, a deferential court, and an aggressive authoritarian personality with a good plan. And he came in with a good plan called Project 2025. And the chief engineer on that Trumpian tyranny train is Russell Vought at OMB. So every essential element of the authoritarian takeover of the United States is here right now. Now, you mentioned a reverberation about how the president's policies are making people sicker and poorer. And here is the connection. When you have an authoritarian government, it basically operates to the power of the billionaires. And so we saw it at the inauguration. We saw the billionaires standing behind the president. We saw Elon Musk standing behind the president. We saw Jeff Bezos standing behind the president. We saw Mark Zuckerberg standing behind the president. And when you do that, you're okay pursuing legislation that hurts families while helping billionaires. And that is the theme of what we have seen. Here's a picture of the billionaires lined up behind the president. We call sometimes the bill, his major policy bill, the great or the big ugly betrayal, because he campaigned on helping ordinary people. But then on Inauguration Day, there's no ordinary people behind him. There's no champions for health care, no champions for housing, no champions for education, no champions for good-paying jobs and investment in infrastructure. No, those who have already at the very top of the money pyramid in the United States of America are there. So now you have the main bill, and the main bill, what does it do? Well, it savages health care to pay for tax breaks for billionaires. It savages child nutrition to pay for tax breaks for billionaires. So the authoritarian takeover of our government is also linked to this assault on the families. As you said, groceries are going up. The president's employing tariffs that drive up the cost of groceries. If he was looking to help families, he wouldn't choose to do tariffs that drive up the cost of families. And in fact, the president doesn't even have authority under the law to do tariffs to begin with, which he just took it because that's what authoritarians do until the courts stop him. And the courts, moving slowly, have not acted. And you mentioned health care costs going up. Well, I don't know about what the new costs are in your state of New Jersey. In Oregon, the projection was a 68% increase in costs on the exchange. But nationwide, 114% average, meaning Oregon, well, as much as we're shocked by 68% inflation in health care policies, well, nationally, it's more than doubling. So think of all the people who will be unable to acquire insurance. And that's just a piece of the big, ugly betrayal bill, because then you get into the fact that they gutted Medicaid, the Oregon Health Plan. 70% of the children in rural Oregon are on the Oregon Health Plan. Think of the devastation when 235,000 Oregonians are projected to lose health care. And what happens when they get sick and they don't go to the hospital because they don't have insurance? So then they get sicker, and when they do go to the hospital, it's the emergency room. And maybe the modest health problem has become a major health problem. Maybe the diabetes that easily controlled has become a foot amputation or an eye problem, an eyesight problem. Maybe the cancer has grown or spread around the body. So not only is an illness more expensive to treat, but the odds of recovery of worse, and it's being treated in the most expensive part of a hospital, the emergency room. And then, because there's no insurance to pay for it, the hospital or clinic gets less revenues, and then they have to shut down programs or shut down completely, and then we have less health care for everyone in the community. And then you mentioned utilities, and I was just fielding a question from our colleague from Minnesota, and she said, what about that $8 billion attack on energy projects in blue states? Energy projects that would produce renewable energy that often, at utility scale, is 2 cents per kilowatt hour. My bill in Oregon is fairly cheap compared to the nation. I think it's 12 to 14 cents per kilowatt hour. I'm guessing yours is a lot higher than that. So if that utility can buy energy at 2 cents per kilowatt hour, your bill's going to go down. But I'm pretty sure your bill's going up because of the policies of this administration. So if this administration was worried about families, they wouldn't have passed the big, ugly betrayal that does so much damage to families in order to fund tax breaks for billionaires, wouldn't be using tariffs in this manner, wouldn't be cutting low-cost utility projects that will lower the cost of energy. And thus, here we are, 10 months of making Americans sicker and poor.
And if my colleague would ask the wrong question, because you're making such a great point, and I really hope America hears this, that these policies, these constitutional principles that we're defending here are not just arcane, idealistic things. They have a direct impact on our nation. My colleague is laying it plain. This is what should be animating everybody, is that when you attack the health care of millions of Americans, it doesn't mean you're curing disease and they're not going to have a demand for health care. The demand is still going to be there. And if they're not getting their health care reimbursed, if they're not getting preventative care, if they're not getting regular checkups, they're going to put more demand on our hospitals, which are going to make our hospitals have longer wait times in the emergency rooms, that are going to have our hospitals have less reimbursed care, and our hospitals are going to strain and buckle under that, thus driving up the costs for everyone. You make it plain, and people should hear this. When the president lies to the American people and says he's about all of the above energy costs, he's not. He's about advantaging certain energy over other energy, and it's actually the lower cost energy that he's attacking. Those projects are actually going to lower people's bills. So here he is raising the healthcare costs for everyone, hurting the hospitals that we all rely on, and driving up energy costs for everyone, and giving an advantage to our competitors like the Chinese, who are racing on energy projects in the renewable energy space. But it's even more than that, as my colleague knows. When you have boneheaded attacks on our Constitution, as opposed to going through Congress where there's deliberation and debate, you are actually raising costs in other ways too. As my colleague knows, Americans right now are seeing the investments that we make that return for the taxpayer significant returns in science and research. We are a nation that has exploded industries that the rest of the world is trying to catch up to us. We are the nation that invented so many great things by funding research, basic research and technology. And so attacks on universities, where they are now reporting less postdoc programs, less PhD programs, less research going on in America, you are ceding the pathway to human endeavor. You're closing it off. As my colleague was saying, attacks on universities, making them come and bend a knee, those universities are saying, no, I will not bow to you, you are not my king. And then that king, wannabe king, cuts fundings to our greatest research institutions, not in America, the greatest research institutions on the planet Earth that have spawned new innovations, from quantum computing to fission and fusion, to robotics, to to medical sciences, when you cut off the resources to those things, you are starving the goose that has been laying the golden egg for human endeavor, for industries, and more. It has a cost when a president goes rogue and does what he wants to do. It has a cost, not just to our liberty, when you make universities, when you make businesses, when you make law firms bow before you or be punished by you. It has a cost to our liberty, but it also has, as you are saying so plainly, what most Americans are saying over and over again, is it has a cost financially to American families who are right now struggling. As you have said time and time again over these last dozen-plus hours, Americans are hurting. Americans are afraid. Americans are worried that they're going to get a diagnosis from a doctor that's going to drive them to bankruptcy. Americans don't know how they can take care of a sick child and pay the rent. And this is directly being attacked by a president who is doing things that are driving up their energy costs, who are driving up their medical costs, who are driving up their grocery costs, and who's failing to make the investments that keep America ahead of the competition we are seeing in places like China. It is boneheaded. It is financially imprudent. It is hurting America as well as our constitutional framework. The genius of our founders in this great experiment that is now 250 years old, that has put us at the top of all of humanity in innovation, in human success, is now being jeopardized after 250 years by a president who is claiming authorities that the Constitution and our framers never intended to rely to be in the executive. And so God bless America. My colleague from Oregon is giving a master's class today. A master's class now for 14 plus hours, closing in on 15. A master's class in helping people understand not just constitutional principles, but how all of us are invested in this Constitution, how all of us are invested in making sure that nobody steps outside of those constitutional authorities, because when it does, we have seen what has happened when McCarthyism rose. We have seen what's happened when demagoguery trumps common sense, common cause, common purpose, and a shared devotion to that flag. And so I ask my colleague right now, we haven't even had a year of this president, and we have watched things happen where this body has not even called an oversight hearing, when our very national security was in jeopardy, when you have Americans at the highest level of our Defense Department using a commercial app with reporters on it to release classified information. We didn't hold one oversight hearing. When we took the extrajudicial step to blow up speedboats, there has been no oversight into that claimed attack on people that were allegedly smuggling drugs. We are constantly not doing our job, which is not a partisan one. It is to hold this president in check, that no one operates without accountability and without transparency, because power is corrupting. And when you let someone do what they want to do, when they want to do it, without a check or a balance, it is corrupting. And we know that because we have the most corrupt president, dollar for dollar, of any president we've ever seen, through his crypto schemes, from him exchanging his authorities for compensation that makes him a richer man. Unchecked power leads to corruption. Our founders knew it and designed this system thusly. And so I ask my colleague now, that sense of urgency of a president who has been in office nearly 10 months, if my colleagues in this body do not start standing up and doing their job, holding hearings on his tariff policy, holding hearings on his agricultural policy, holding hearings on his healthcare policies. And I say that generously because they're not policies, they're not thoughtful, they don't reflect the wisdom on both sides of the aisle. They are hurting people. If we continue to let this president proceed unchecked, if we continue to let him flaunt the rules of our Constitution, if we continue in open eyes to do things like he is doing right now by ripping apart the White House, not going through any of the process whatsoever, that is literally contrary to the laws of what the people's house, not Donald Trump's house, the people's house, if we continue to let him go in this way without checks or balances, I ask my colleague, what are the consequences that you fear might happen in the next 10 months where this president, who wants to be an autocrat, is in the White House?
The consequences of the failure of oversight are enormous. This is not one of the checks and balances people often talk about. They talk about Congress having the responsibility to define which programs will be funded and how much, under what rules they'll operate on, and the president has to execute those programs, therefore a separation of powers. And by holding on to that responsibility, we serve as a check on the effort for an authoritarian to be the force that decides which programs are funded and how much they're funded at and how much rules or what the rules will be they operate under. And we're seeing that transfer of power right now from the Congress to the president, because the president's deeply engaged in essentially the equivalent of a line item veto by slow-walking funds, by freezing funds, by impounding funds, by slowly getting to the end of the year, and then by filing a rescission request at the end of the year, watching them magically evaporate when the last day of the fiscal year comes, this fancy term called a pocket rescission. Absolutely, all of these are part of a line item veto strategy, and the president just implementing the programs willy-nilly the way he wants, as opposed to following the instructions from Congress. So in 9 months, we have seen not just an attack on the freedoms, we have seen not just an attack on the cost of living through utilities and through food and through health care going up and up and up, but we have also seen this fundamental collapse of oversight that you've pointed to. If this much damage to the checks and balances can be done from January to October, if this much damage has been done to costs that Americans experience from January to October, if this much damage can be done to American freedoms from January to October, then that next 10 months, that's amplified because the administration's in full gear now. They're not diverting attention trying to get a Secretary of Defense confirmed. They're not diverting attention trying to get the head of the FBI confirmed. No, they're in full gear now with this set of instructions that flow from this plan, Project 2025, developed by our current director of OMB, Russell Vought. And he is one capable individual who has a belief in the supreme primacy of the executive branch, calls it a unitary executive, and that the president should make the decisions about what's funded and how it's funded. The president should make the decisions about the rules for those programs. And that means the collective knowledge of these 100 senators, bringing their diverse life experience, their diverse education, their diverse knowledge of different parts of the country. All of that diverse experience is tossed out. That diverse experience from our 400-plus members of the House of Representatives is tossed out because, no, it's the president and his team saying these programs at this amount of money under these rules, that is what the authoritarian rule is. And one way we can exercise a check on it is through oversight, is by holding those hearings to investigate in public and doing it in partnership, full partnership with our Republican colleagues. I mean, that should be a collective goal of us all together who believe in the vision of the Constitution, of this check and balance. And out of that information flows action items. When you oversee and see what's going on, then you get together and say, what's going wrong? Let's fix it. But you can't get to the point of saying, let's fix it, if you've got your eyes covered up, your hands over your ears, your head in the ground, and saying, I don't want to look at the administration. I know a lot of bad shit is going on over there, but man, that's the president of my party, and if I dig into that, he's going to be very upset. And we have seen how he is personally directing criminal investigations about people who have criticized him. There is concern by some of our colleagues, rightly so, that if they be the ones to speak up and say this is wrong, they will be next on the list, the enemy's list. And when you think about the fact that on that enemy's list is even our own fellow senator, like this is people who he was unhappy with because they said that the 2020 election wasn't stolen. And so now he's going after them. In one case, he lifted the security clearances, not just for the person who spoke up and said the president, Trump, is wrong about the government, the election being stolen, but he took the security clearance from all of his coworkers. So a collective punishment strategy. This idea of weaponizing the Department of Justice, this intimidation of free speech, that really does affect people in this chamber as well as outside this chamber for fear of being targeted. And indeed, one way they can be targeted is through their own folks back home. So when one of our senators said, this big, beautiful bill is a train wreck for health care, and I'm not voting for it, within hours, that colleague had been threatened with a primary and announced, you can't threaten me with the primary because I won't run for election. Everyone else looks at that and goes, that's the power that is being brought to bear to create a failure for there to be oversight, for there be people speaking up. Because I know across the aisle, as many people care about the vision of our Constitution and our responsibility to sustain that framework for our freedom, for our financial success, far into the future, for the generations to come. I know they care about it, but right now, they're looking, we've got a powerful executive who can bring the world down on me. And I'm hoping somehow we will have a few courageous folks to be at the front of the line and say, I'll take the hit. I'll stand up and say what everyone else is saying privately, that this is outrageous, an outrageous attack on freedom, an outrageous attack on the structure of our Constitution, an outrageous increase in the cost for ordinary families, that the vision of families lose and billionaires win is wrong for the people that I represent in my home state, regardless of it being blue or red, that the idea that health care is being slashed for tax breaks for billionaires is wrong, that nutrition programs are being cut for tax breaks for billionaires is wrong. We need our colleagues to join us in this effort so it is not partisan, it is bipartisan, and we're standing up for the core principles on which our country was founded. I thank so much my colleague from New Jersey. And I see my colleague has arrived from Illinois.
I want to thank, through the chair, I want to thank the senator from Oregon for his leadership in bringing this issue before us. We have something in common. Both of our states are facing militarization from the federal level of government. Nominally in Chicago, the president argues that the city is unsafe. I watched this last Saturday as 100,000 people gathered for the No Kings rally and parade, a peaceful, nonviolent gathering of Americans expressing their constitutional feelings and right to express themselves in this republic. I know that you're facing the same threat in the state of Oregon, and recent court decisions seem to suggest that there's more time in the courtroom ahead. I would just say to the senator from Oregon, thank you for leading this conversation. There are so many aspects of this presidency that you could address. And I'd like you to address, if you will, this militarization issue. We have carefully crafted in our existing laws prohibition against the use of military force for law enforcement. It makes sense on its face because these men and women, as good as they are in National Guard units around our country, are not trained primarily in law enforcement. Theirs is a much different type of training. And secondly, to overcome state and local sources of law enforcement is a major constitutional step. and yet this president has initiated it in my state of Illinois, in your state of Oregon, and in the state of California. Would you address this aspect of your comments this morning?
My colleague from Illinois, I so appreciate the question, and certainly you feel it very personally when the target of the president's militarization or the sending of the military into our states is your own state. And you see it with very clear eyes because you go and visit and witnessed and you understand what's going on. And I know in my state, I went down and I saw these 3 women protesting outside of the ICE building. I think they had a sign, I think it had a flower on it. And since that time, what has developed are a demonstration of joy and whimsy. Joy and whimsy. And what I mean by that is I mean the protesters understood that Trump was trying to start a fight and then a riot and then have that riot be a justification for federalizing the National Guard. And so we had many steps in this process. The first is, he said, I'm going to federalize the Oregon National Guard, and Oregon Attorney General appealed it, and the district attorney, not the district attorney, the district circuit judge, district judge, proceeded to say, wow, the administration's description of what's going on is untethered to the facts. This is not a rebellion. There is not an invasion, so no, you can't federalize. That's a test in the law. And a very similar decision, I think, was reached by a district judge in Illinois. And then it went to the circuit court. And the circuit court in Illinois, my understanding, is they backed up the district judge and said, yep, no rebellion, no invasion, you can't federalize. Well, in Oregon, the administration took another tack. They said, well, okay, we can't federalize the Oregon troops, but we will send in troops from Texas, or National Guard troops from Texas and California that have already been federalized. And the district judge in Oregon said, no, I'm sorry. Once federalized, it's not like you can just travel through the countryside doing whatever the hell you want. You have to have a rebellion or you have to have an invasion, and you have neither. So no, you can't come. But here is what really worries me about this. When you have an authoritarian president, they have a playbook. And that playbook was carefully crafted for this president under Project 2025. It involves so many pieces of stealing the power purse from Congress, overriding due process, attacking the power of universities and law firms, attacking the ability of free press, including lawsuits against the Wall Street Journal and pressure created against our networks on what information they can air. And an additional part of this playbook is to be able to use the military to suppress domestic dissent. And to create the path for that, you want court decisions that say it's okay, and you want the military to get accustomed to being deployed, so when you tell them to go and suppress domestic dissent, they'll do it. And so here we have the fact that the president was stopped, but there is now 2 more steps coming that I'm really worried about. One is that in California, the circuit, the Ninth Circuit, a 3-panel set of judges said, one of them said the district judge was just right. There is no rebellion, there is no invasion. But the other 2 said, well, you know what? Even though the district judge used the definition of rebellion that was considered at the time, basically that there has to be a sizable group that is well organized, that is weaponized, seeking to overturn the government. And we think maybe you should apply a looser definition of rebellion. And then, instead of looking at the facts on the ground at the time that the president wanted to federalize the troops, look back a few months when there were a few more arrests, and maybe that's a justification to say there's something like rebellion. But most importantly, you should give high deference to the president. And this what terrifies me, because I'm afraid that the Supreme Court may issue a decision even soon on a shadow docket on the Seventh Circuit decision, and they'll say, yeah, it's a rebellion if the president says so. And that is insane. That opens the door to using the military anywhere the president wants, anytime, against our citizens, violating the fears of our founders who didn't want a standing army to begin with because they felt that it threatened freedom, because they knew executives, chief executives, are tempted to use standing armies against their own people. That's what kings do, and that's what authoritarians do. So they were terrified of having those standing armies. And then we had the whole concept developed after the military was used in Reconstruction, that's enough. Military needs to defend the nation, not be used. So we have the Posse Comitatus Law, and the Posse Comitatus Law says you can't use the military for domestic action, but there's an exception to it, the Insurgency Act, or Insurgency Act. And who knows what's going to happen with the interpretation of that act. So I really appreciate your bill that says the military cannot be used for law enforcement, because right now the courts could give the green light to the president to use troops and federalized National Guard in exactly that fashion. And we need to close that avenue down and do it fast, because we got an authoritarian president bent on being able to use military against the people of the United States.
If the senator from Oregon would yield for another question. You recall, as I do, how many times candidate Trump and even President Trump spoke before rallies supporting his cause and railed about the murderers, terrorists, rapists, criminally insane, and sexual predators who were coming across the border and threatening us. And his argument was that it was that fear of criminal activity by them that warranted his federal intervention in many states, including our own. I just wanted to give one example that is timely and tells the story. First, let me say that fewer than 30% of the people who are being detained by ICE, fewer than 30%, have any criminal conviction whatsoever. These people may be here out of status. For example, they came in on a student visa and stayed when they should have left, or came in here in a tourist visa and stayed when they should have left. But to brand these people that are being detained now in the streets of Chicago, for example, as criminals, violent criminals, as the president described them, is totally unfair. I tell the story of a church that I visited just a few days ago in Chicago, Christ Lutheran Church on Wilson Avenue in the Albany Park section, which is a largely Hispanic section of the city of Chicago. The pastor of that church, Tom Terrell, told me that after his service a few days before, it ended at noon, and as his parishioners were leaving to walk home in the neighborhood, as they do every Sunday, ICE arrived in an unmarked truck and stopped this gathering of his parishioners and started questioning them and asking them for identification and papers. This is becoming common in Chicago. When others noticed it, they came to their front porches and out their front doors and started blowing whistles to let people know that ICE was in the neighborhood conducting this. ICE panicked and as a result of it threw down a tear gas canister in front of these people who'd just come out of church and then got in their unmarked vehicle and left. This kind of activity is far beyond protecting us from the most dangerous criminals who might have come across the border in times past. It is an intimidation and an effort to have people so afraid that they will either not participate in the economy, that they will not be going to church, and many of them are afraid to send their kids to school. Where is this leading and why? I'll tell you, I think you share from what you said, the senator from Oregon, my feelings that this is not the end of it. It isn't a temporary thing. It is a long-term commitment by the president to militarize neighborhoods, particularly those in blue states and cities like Chicago. And what is the purpose? Not just to spread fear, but when the election comes, which is another few months away, of course, but when the election comes, to discourage people from voting in those neighborhoods, if not disqualify them. Does that sound like an outlandish idea from a president who refused to accept the fact that he lost an election? It doesn't to me, and it becomes a reality every time I come home. This president argues that there are dangers in the streets of Chicago. 2 weeks ago, the streets were overrun by 53,000 people who didn't live in Chicago. It's called the Chicago Marathon. and they had 53,000 participants and their supporters. A calm, peaceful, quiet, great day in the history of Chicago. And for him to characterize this as a criminal city and one that needs a military occupation is totally unfair and doesn't reflect the reality. This last Saturday, as I mentioned, over 100,000 people gathered without violent incident. And a reminder that cities like that are being besmirched by the president are still solid places to live, with their challenges and problems, of course. But beyond that, it certainly doesn't merit the military presence the president is suggesting. So I'd ask the senator from Oregon, do you feel that there is a long-term plan to this militarization by the presidency?
Well, to my colleague from Illinois, the answer is absolutely yes. The president, as you mentioned, campaigned on the argument that there were violent criminals and they were going to be sent home, who were here without documentation. What we have seen is a wholesale attack based on people's accent and the color of their skin. And in fact, if I understood a recent court decision, he was given some permission to continue targeting people because of their skin color or their accent. And the idea that as we go around America, and we're mostly a few generations removed from being immigrants, more recent immigrants are going to have accents, and we have worked towards the vision of being a race-neutral society, that people are now being allowed to be targeted by ICE because of their skin color. It just is, to me, a horrific embedment of discrimination. And I think that the president intends to pursue this aggressively for every moment that he possibly can, as long as he is in office, and beyond, to the degree that he can help drive future administrations. We saw it through his entire first administration. My first real involvement over the immigration began when I read a speech by our then Attorney General, who said, what we're going to do is separate the children from the parents and send the message that you don't want to come to America. And I said to my team, I'm sure I didn't read that correctly. I'm sure I didn't understand that correctly, because no American administration, not a red administration, not a blue administration, would ever deliberately harm children in order to send some political message. And a member of my team said, well, there's one way to find out. You can go down to the border. And I thought, I've got this weekend free. So I went down to the border, and it's how I became the first member of Congress to go into a warehouse at the border and see that children being taken away from their parents. I will never forget this wire cage with about 8 or 9 kids in it, lined up by height because they were about to get a meal and they'd been told to line up by height. And the youngest was just knee-high to a grasshopper, basically tiny little guy, maybe 4 or 5. And I could see these kids looking through the wire screen, trying to see if they could see their aunt or uncle or their father or their mother or their sister in some other cage in this big warehouse. And I walked outside and talked to the press about it and was just stunned. And I think the nation was stunned. And the president formally reversed that policy a bit of time later. But he never reversed the drive to attack people based on their skin color. Who do we see he wants to allow a free pass into the United States? Basically, a wealthy white population from South Africa. And they're some of the most privileged population in the world. But the president says those are the folks. And remember his comments from his first term, where he said he really wanted people from those kind of Scandinavian-style companies. So I do feel that he wants to pursue this aggressively throughout his administration, and we are going to see a lot more terrorized neighborhoods.
I thank the senator from Oregon.
Thank you. I see that my colleague from Washington State is here. Would she consider, I would welcome a question if you have one.
Mr. President, I rise to ask the senator from Oregon a question. I appreciate my Northwest colleague being here to bring attention to these important issues. And so much has transpired in the last few weeks, and so I just appreciate the fact that you are trying to bring part of the awareness. If we made a long list, there'd be many, many things here in this list of authoritarianism that we do not like, and appreciate you bringing specific attention. Although I do find some musings that people find a bicycle protest somewhat threatening, which it's just not you know, we're kind of famous for our bicycle events in Northwest, so don't know why somebody finds that threatening when the authoritarianism is really the threat. So, but I have been so involved with my colleague Senator Grassley in making a really important point, and that is the president is abusing his power on tariffs. When you think about the actions of proposing tariffs, this is exactly why people said we don't want kings to have this authority. Why? Because it's such an important constitutional authority given to Congress. It is not something that we think that the President of the United States should have to usher in economic impact in this dramatic way. And the IEEPA tariffs, the lower courts have already said, yes, we don't think that he has this authority. He's been abusing this authority. Now he's going to try to say there's other emergency powers, and hopefully the courts will continue to do their job. But when I think about all of the things he's done, and lots of them are big issues, to me, this one, to basically wield an economic impact on the cost of affordability for Americans, for housing, for food, for transportation cost, a whole myriad of things, when it's only the authority of Congress to do this, I think of how big this economic stick is that he is wielding. So all we've said here collectively, bipartisan group of senators, is that you should, if you think these things are so great, you should come to the Congress. But the constitutional authority is that only Congress has this authority. So I think it's a very dangerous precedent. I think it, you know, in a global economy with a lot of economic activity to be had, I don't think it's a good idea to have somebody in the office of the presidency acting as if these tariff policies are their domain. And clearly, the cost of this on goods and services, particularly those that are really, really hurting us, like I said, affordable housing and things of that nature, are really the impacts. And I don't know to what degree, sorry to say I didn't stay up with you and watch all night, so I don't know what degree you covered tariffs, but I don't know what you think about this particular point in this debate of yours about the authoritarian power and how much is being abused on tariffs.
I so appreciate the question from my colleague from Washington State, and I'm heartened to hear of your work across the aisle with Senator Grassley to try to address this question of tariffs. You know, the very first bill ever considered by the U.S. Senate was a tariff bill. So you can imagine our 13 colonies, they got their 26 senators, they're gathered in a fairly small space, and they're going, no, I want for a jug of the tariff on a jug of molasses to be this, and on sugar to be that, and so on and so forth. And over the course of 3 weeks, they reached agreement on a couple hundred products, and the one person who kept notes through this whole thing, a daily diary, got frustrated by, oh, well, now we're going back to the same product we considered 3 days earlier. But in 3 weeks, they considered a whole lot. But the point is, it was Congress that was deciding the tariffs. This was an inherent power to the president. And there is no law that has delegated power to the president to do a tariff. Tariffs have been done by law. That means they are a bill that occurs here, and it is a bill that becomes the actual tariff when it's signed by a president. But the president, we've never delegated that power, and I'm not even sure if we tried to, if the court would say you could delegate it, because the court sometimes says you have responsibilities as Congress that you can't delegate. You cannot delegate the design of how much money goes to certain programs and whether or not they can be canceled. You cannot delegate that. And so here we are with this enormously destructive tariff policy. Now, count me in if there is a slight tariff on goods from very low wage, low environmental, low labor standards countries. Count me in to encourage a little more of the factories to be in the U.S. But for people to make investment decisions, put those factories in the U.S., you have to have a stable tariff regime. You can't have the tariffs up one side and down the next. And so no companies are making decisions about building factories right now. They may say, well, for a few months, because there's this big whopping tariff on Vietnam, maybe we should build a factory here, but wait, that tariff may change. And oh, it did change on Vietnam. And think about the chaos that comes in our foreign policy, because here's Vietnam, a country that we are trying to induce to be a significant manufacturing partner with us rather than products coming from China, and to be a force in the region to counterbalance China to somewhat, and we treat them in an arbitrary and capricious way. Well, there goes years and years and years, decades really, of rebuilding a relationship with them. Or Brazil, the president just says, I don't like the fact that their strong-arm former president is being put in prison for trying to overthrow their democracy. I mean, really? Okay, but you're going to put a tariff on them and 50% tariff? Or last week it was going to be 100% tariff on China after China said they were going to control their strategic minerals. It's chaos. And what I heard from small businesses yesterday, they said we've got two problems that are making Main Street into Pain Street. And the first is the tariffs. They are affecting either the inputs for our products or how we sell our products, or just the uncertainty that is causing people to buy less. And all of that's a problem. And they said the second problem is most of us buy our insurance on the exchange, and because of the not so beautiful, what I like to call the big ugly betrayal of a bill, the average cost of that's going to double across America. And this one owner said, I think I understood him to say he had 4 employees and that he'd talked to 3 of them. They had each said, I'm not going to buy insurance. I looked it up on the exchange, the price has doubled or done something like that. I'm not doing it. I'm going to take the risk. And we know where that leads. That leads to people not going to the doctor when they need to go. It leads to small problems being big problems. It begins to big problems being treated in the emergency room, the most expensive place. So I do think the tariffs are absolutely, we need to reclaim that power here in Congress and being rationality and a theory behind it, a theory that will help make America more prosperous, but not this crazy fluctuating up and down that leaves everybody struggling to know what plant should they grow in their field, what product should they produce in their factory, should they produce more, should they warehouse them, or should they shut down? I mean, no one knows.
Mr. President, if I could, the senator from Oregon, if he had time for another question on this point, you know that the Pacific Northwest is a big export economy. We have many ports. People may not know, but we probably export a significant amount of soybeans. And I don't know if the senator is aware that this is a crisis now. These growers, particularly in the Midwest, are on their heels over this. This is having huge economic impact, and it's a constitutional authority by Congress. And instead of our colleagues dealing with this authority and dealing with the fact that their own constituents are getting run over, they're still, ignoring the fact that the president is abusing these powers. So I don't know how much you're aware of this, but it is these kinds of activities that lose you shelf space, go to some other country, and then when you try to get it back, the country's already in business with somebody else. So this is affecting our growers across the United States. It's time for our colleagues to admit that this is an abuse of power and help us rein it back in. And so I so appreciate your efforts here to talk about authoritarianism, and I appreciate your comments on tariffs specifically. But this is, one side of it is the consumer impact, and the other side of it is the economic impact to growers who wonder why they send people here to vote and take care of their interests if you're going to have somebody at the White House who's just going to run over them. And I hope that we can continue to emphasize this. And of course, obviously, on the healthcare cost, we put out a report now I think 4 weeks ago, about the high cost of healthcare being implemented because of the lack of the ACA tax credits. But oh, by the way, guess what was in that report? That tariffs were also having an impact on the cost of healthcare. So it is impacting us on healthcare, the very underlying issue of why we're here and trying to get some relief for the American consumer as now they start to see these bills and see the choices that they're going to have. But tariffs are affecting our economy in a very significant way, and it's time for our colleagues to say this is not the authority. They have a chance to sign on to our bill. They certainly could sign on. There's 7 Democrats, 7 Republicans. They certainly could sign on and say that they support that. I don't see anybody on the other side of it making a case that the president has this constitutional authority. It's more that they're just silent. And America needs to know that our economy is being hurt by tariffs, and it's an abuse of power by the White House. So thank you.
I appreciate my colleague's question regarding particularly the soybeans. And my understanding is that China was a major consumer of soybeans, and they have bought exactly 0 beans. Massive amount in the past. But now when you go from huge tonnage, ships and ships full of soybeans, and then you drop down to 0, wow, the overproduction of soybeans, how do I, price drops on them, what do I do, how do I store them, they're going to go bad, where else in the world can I find a market, can I get China back when all this fuss ends? And meanwhile, Brazil is stepping up in the soybean world to provide that supply, and once you lose that relationship and that trust, and the personal connections, it's very hard to get those customers back. So I understand the distress for our farmers. And just one example how the capricious tariffs, the massive fluctuations are so devastating. And you mentioned in your question that there is also the issue of how tariffs can affect healthcare. And I have heard that tariffs are being placed on a lot of the ingredients that come in, including from China, to make our medicines, and therefore that drives up the cost of drugs as a factor. That's at least one connection. I suspect there's others, maybe the cost of wheelchairs or medical devices, I'm sure more. So Washington is an extraordinary exporting state, coast on the Pacific Rim, as is Oregon. We're about the same size. We have kind of a friendly, competitive relationship between our 2 states, but we have the same issues, and it means that we often work together to try to solve those issues for our region of the country. And I thank so much for your leadership. I see my colleague from Minnesota is on the floor, and I would welcome a question if she has one.
If the senator from Oregon would yield for a question, I appreciate that. I have a specific question, but I'd like to just actually follow up on the interesting conversation you were having with Senator Cantwell from Washington about soybeans, because I represent Minnesota, a very large soybean state, and when I was just home in Minnesota last weekend, I heard a lot about what's happening with soybeans, and you're exactly right. Senator Merkley, we're having a bumper crop of soybeans. The beans are pretty much out of the field, and Minnesota farmers and producers are trying to figure out what to do with those beans. And because of Trump tariffs, the market for China, the Chinese market for soybeans has been decimated. Trump tariffs have completely ruined that market. And as I think you said, Senator Merkley, these export markets for American agricultural products, it's not like an on-off switch. It's not like a pipe that you just open or close. These relationships in these export markets are incredibly important. And so what's happening here is American and Minnesota farmers are looking at this as they're seeing, okay, Trump tariffs have made U.S. Soybeans basically non-competitive. And so China, our biggest export market, is turning to South America, in particular turning to Argentina. And American soybean producers are literally wondering how they are going to pay the bills when their operating loans are coming due right now, and they're looking at the loans that they're going to need to take out, the working capital loans they're going to need to take out for this winter in order to buy fertilizer and seed and all of the things that they need to get crops in the ground in the springtime. And it is so offensive to them that at the same time that they have lost this market in Argentina, the President Trump, is sending billions of dollars to Argentina. So, and I think I've seen, Senator Merkley, that the amount of money that the President is sending to Argentina to bail out the Argentinian debt to resolve this capital crisis in Argentina, there's one group that we know for sure is going to benefit from this bailout, and these are the friends of Donald Trump in the United States of America, the big fund managers, the big private equity firms that made huge investments in Argentinian debt, hoping that it was going to go up, and sure enough it will, because of what the current president is doing. So helping big Wall Street fund managers, hurting American farmers, that's the story of what is happening with Donald Trump and his tariffs right now. Senator Merkley, I was listening last night to what you were talking about, and you gave a really powerful quote, or a paraphrase perhaps, from the book How Democracies Die. And one of the things that you highlighted, I want to just quote here, you said, "There has to be a fierce reaction in the year that the authoritarian starts to dismantle the Constitution." Well, this is the year. And I was reflecting on this as I was thinking about what happened all across the country and what happened in my home state of Minnesota, I'm sure in Oregon as well, with these huge demonstrations that we saw all over the country. I'm going to ask you to reflect a little bit more on what you said last night and what we've seen here with this reaction to the authoritarian activities of the president. But I wanted to just share what I saw in Minnesota was really remarkable. By all accounts, nearly, maybe up to 100,000 people turned out just in Minneapolis, which is, the biggest city in my state. Minneapolis and St. Paul are roughly, 2.5 million people all in. But we had 80 of these events all over the state. And what I saw, and I'm wondering what you saw in the demonstrations in Oregon, what I saw was incredibly patriotic people showing up, people who love their country and want to keep it, people who understand that in this country we swear allegiance not to a king, but to our democratic values and to our Constitution. And it was remarkable to me to see that love of country and that patriotism. And I also saw that, and I will love to hear your response to my question and comments. I also saw a lot of people turn out at these big events who don't typically come to these, don't come to political demonstrations. It's just not their thing. But they felt compelled to do this, maybe because of what you were talking about, Senator Merkley, earlier, which is they understand that there needs to be a fierce reaction. And the year that an authoritarian starts to dismantle the Constitution, and they were there to demonstrate their allegiance to our Constitution. So maybe I'll pause there, Senator Merkley, and I would love to hear your thoughts on this.
Well, I so appreciate the question from my colleague from Minnesota. And the commentary I was giving is more my distillment, my impression of the information in this book, rather than a straight-out quote from it, but that essentially you have in the past the death of democracy came at the hands of men with guns. Now it's coming through people who get elected. And after they get elected, they work to erase the separation of powers. They try to get a legislature that will be more of a rubber stamp and say, we'll do what you say. Well, suddenly the whole vision of Congress laying out the programs and the amount to be spent and the policies is supplanted by Congress just saying, oh, what did you want us to do? Okay, we'll do that. And then the Supreme Court hands more power, and we've seen that happen here in the US as well. Certainly with the Trump versus United States, where the Supreme Court found invisible ink in our Constitution. I'm pretty sure neither of us can go through here and find anywhere in Article 1, and certainly not in Article 2, which addresses the executive, that there is any sign that they want the president to be considered above the law. And yet that's what the court said. So to the broader question of how, once you are in this authoritarian takeover, what are your odds of stopping it? And in general, the authoritarian works to entrench the authoritarian rule. So people get knocked down when they speak up, and then other people are afraid to stand up and become more timid. The press gets a little more careful after getting sued. Wall Street Journal got sued for $10 billion. Maybe gets a little more careful about what it says in its newspaper. The network, which is threatened with the possibility of losing its broadcast license, or the network that's threatened with the possibility of a merger opposition, may say, okay, you know, we're going to change our programs. We're going to get rid of that program that Trump doesn't like, or we're going to get rid of that comedian that insulted Trump. And you start to see these effects pile up, and they grow over time. So in that first year, if there is not a reaction from the people, then people assume two things. Oh, that sounded outrageous to me, but maybe it's not so bad. Maybe that telling universities what to teach, having the government tell them that isn't so bad. Maybe telling the broadcast news what to put on air isn't so bad, and so forth. It's like maybe kicking people out of the country for exercising their free speech on college campuses isn't so bad. No, if nobody's protesting, it's like, oh, well, maybe that's not so bad. And it makes it easier for the authoritarian power to get a deeper and deeper grip on the system and become the status quo. And that's why you need a protest in the first year to say, no, this is breaking the norms. This is breaking the law. This is violating the Constitution. And we are not going to take this assault crushing our freedoms. We are going to stand up and say, hell no. And then people go, oh, well, I thought those things were pretty outrageous. And look, there's somebody or some group or some force I can get behind to help know that I'm not alone, because as a normal citizen, what power do I have? But if someone else is organizing and speaking out, and that's why this march, No King's March, was so important. 7 million people, 2,700 locations. You had an incredible set of demonstrations in Minnesota. We had a credible set of demonstrations in Oregon. And I went to one at a very small town. It's kind of just a few stores and gas stations, and it's in a pretty conservative county, and boy, 200 people were out on the road with their created signs, and I was really struck, especially by talking to veterans who said, you know, I volunteered. I went to war overseas because my country asked me to do it, and it was framed as you have to defend this country and this set of freedoms that we cherish so much. And I'll be damned if a president of the United States is going to take away what we fought and died for, a president who never bothered to put on a uniform. And I thought those were powerful words that I appreciated from our veterans. But that's why that first year is so important, that people know that this is not okay and that others are willing to organize and resist and push back. And then the second piece of that is the next election, because the goal of an authoritarian president is to make it more and more rigged, the elections. And if you want 3 examples, one right now is the president's trying to consolidate a voter registration list from states around the country, making it easier potentially to manipulate that list in the next election. A second factor is Trump's trying to get states to gerrymander in order to produce, basically divide up blue districts by attaching little pieces of it to red districts so that the blue district disappears and you get more Republican House members and less fair representation of the diversity of America. So the gerrymander. And then he's complaining about vote by mail. You have vote by mail. In Minnesota, we have vote by mail. You're one of the highest turnout states. We sometimes say we're the highest turnout state, and then sometimes I look at the stats and go, I think Minnesota might have beat us out a little bit on one election or another. But the point is that the integrity of vote by mail is so high because it cannot be manipulated on election day. And we see that manipulation in so many forms on election day, where precincts are moved so people don't know where to go. False information is put out where to go. They're put where there's no parking if you don't want people to vote. The machines don't work. The staff doesn't show up. The lines are long. People are intimidated. They're told they can't pass out water to people standing in line, which just seems like a horror of a possibility that people passing a law saying you can't give people water who are standing in line wanting to vote. And all of those factors really play a big role. That's why Trump wants us to vote on Election Day. More ability to manipulate the outcome of the election. So those are 2 incredibly important things. And then I wanted to just say, what is going on with Argentina? That we are sending them money, $20 billion and maybe $40 billion, in order to help them with their debt, which is owned by a bunch of Trump's friends. So they bought it for pennies on the dollar, and now they're going to become mega rich. And where did we pass a bill saying you can send $20 or $40 billion to Argentina? What happened to America first? This is Argentina first? I mean, this is the corruption of the president's friends first? What policy is that? I want to see that on a hat. It is an outrageous. I mean, you think about $40 billion. That's approximately $100 for every single person in our country contributing to bail out Trump's friends who bought up Argentinian debt. No, hell no. I don't know what authority he's doing that under, but let's take it away. Let's get our Republican partners to join us in saying that we should take it away.
If the senator would yield to one more question.
Yes, I will yield for a question.
I want to just follow up on something that you talked about with the attempts by the Trump administration to consolidate and get some control over our voting process in this country. One of, I think, the strengths of our country is while we should have high national standards for free and fair elections, we have control over elections at the local level. And that gives our electoral system a lot of resilience. I want to just thank our Secretary of State in Minnesota, Secretary of State Steve Simon, for refusing to provide to the Trump people our voting rolls and data about our voters as a way of protecting our local control over our ballots. And I want to just follow up also with what the senator from Oregon was talking about, with the way that the president is ignoring the rule of law, ignoring the Article 1, ignoring the powers of Congress. And I was thinking a lot about what the preamble of our Constitution says. I mean, the preamble of our Constitution says, "We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, and promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America." That is the promise that we all make each other in this great democracy. And what I think we see happening, I wonder if the senator would like to comment on this, what I think we see happening is that President Trump is trying to undermine that promise. And he's trying to exhaust us and distract us and make us feel like we actually don't have any power to have much of an impact on what he and Russell Vought and his administration does, and that will cause us to just give up and give in. But of course, Americans are stronger than that. Americans are more resilient than that. Americans care more about their democracy than perhaps Donald Trump believes or expects. And one of the powerful things that I see happening, that I saw happening this weekend and I see happening all over the country, is Americans standing up and saying, basically, we know a bully when we see him. He's not as strong as we think that he is. And he's not as strong as he wants us to believe that he is, and we're going to stand up to it. And that, Senator Merkley, gives me a sense of faith and a sense of hope as I see people put their faith in this democracy into action every single day in the ways that is meaningful for them personally.
My colleague from Minnesota, appreciate the question, but I particularly appreciate the recitation of the preamble. And I grabbed my pocket constitution here that I've been bringing up various points through the night. And the line that I have highlighted here from some previous time was, and secure the blessings of liberty. Secure the blessings of liberty. You know, psychologists may say there's a hierarchy of needs. You need food, you need water, you need shelter. But we're Americans, and I can tell you liberty is at the top of this list. Like the idea that I can't say what I want, the idea that a private university can't teach what it wants, the idea a private law firm can't provide its contributions to the legal help to the nonprofits it wants to provide help to. It goes on and on of the compression of liberty. People around the world have come here dreaming of liberty. They have seen Lady Liberty with her torch held high, welcoming people from around the world. Where you may be oppressed back home, but you come to this shore and you can say what you want, you can worship as you want, you can have your company operate within the law, making its own decisions without government oppression. And suddenly, all that is being challenged. And so I do appreciate a lot your emphasis about that this component, which may seem more abstract, if you're a family struggling with health care and your children are hungry, but even for families that are dealing with the challenge of getting onto their feet, the basic challenge, they still have the DNA of American liberty throughout their body, knowing that they may not have all the food they want, but they can say what they want. And they can criticize the President of the United States. And that president damn well better not put them on an enemies list and proceed to tell the Justice Department to go on some kind of a search to get them arrested or charged or tried or in prison. And yet that's happening right now. An enemies list. Let's be blunt about it. The president has been transparent about it. The other things he may not be transparent on. When it comes to an enemies list, he's transparent as hell. He lays it out to the press. These are the folks I'm going after. He does his tweet to Pam Bondi. Why haven't you acted yet? Why haven't you done it yet? I read one of those tweets sometime in the hours past. And it's stunning that the president clearly feels he has full ability to weaponize the Justice Department as his personal revenge factory. And he's all in on it, and we have to stop it. Thank you. And I noticed that my colleague from Massachusetts has arrived. and I would welcome a question if he has one.
Well, thank you, and thank you so much for raising all of these issues about the threat to our democracy, authoritarianism run rampant, healthcare, education, our environment, all being threatened in violation of the United States Constitution. And so I would ask if the senator would yield for a question.
I would be delighted to yield for a question.
Thank you. So Republicans are shutting down the government to cut Americans' health care. In fact, Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans have been shutting down our government since day one. We are witnessing a Robin Hood in reverse as Republicans make deep health care cuts and steal from those most in need, all to pay tax breaks to CEO billionaires in our country. And as a result of Trump's big ugly bill, over 320,000 Massachusetts residents could lose insurance coverage. That's almost 5% of the entire state. The Commonwealth could lose over $2 billion in Medicaid funding annually, with Massachusetts hospitals losing $424 million each year, erasing 19,000 healthcare jobs in the state of Massachusetts alone. And after ripping healthcare away from hundreds of thousands of Massachusetts residents, MAGA Republicans are now willing to dramatically raise health insurance costs for even more families. If the premium tax credits from the American Rescue Plan expire at the end of this year, 337,000 additional Massachusetts residents will see their health insurance costs spike. And in the process, our residents collectively will lose $425 million in tax credits each and every year, averaging over $1,300 per enrollee each year. Some could see their premiums surge over $1,000 a month, leaving them an annual premium of more than $25,000. So this healthcare premium bomb is about to go off all across our country, on kitchen tables. Dramatic increases in the cost for healthcare for families. And that's just unacceptable. The price of groceries is up, the price of electricity is up, and now Trump and his MAGA Republicans want to jack up the cost of health insurance, forcing families from Boston to the Berkshires, from Portland, Maine to Portland, Oregon, to make difficult choices, to make ends meet. So right now, thanks to these tax credits, a couple in their 30s earning $50,000 in the city of Boston with 2 children could pay just $4 a month for their health insurance premiums. But soon, if Trump and MAGA Republicans decide to let these credits expire, that couple will receive a notice in the mail that they will have to pay $176 a month, a 4,000% increase, costing thousands of dollars more per year. A 62-year-old couple living in Watertown who earns $86,000 a year could pay $1,700 more each month. A 58-year-old living in the Berkshires making $32,000 a year could see their premiums increase by 170%. And last week, Democrats on the Small Business Committee, on which I serve as ranking member, released new data showing that over 10 million small business owners and their employees rely on the Affordable Care Act's enhanced premium tax credits to afford health insurance. Small businesses are the heartbeat of our economy, but Republicans are turning Main Street into Pain Street. Republicans are making a Jenga tower out of our healthcare system. They remove one block, access to Medicaid, and then another, health insurance tax credits. They already have put us into a healthcare crisis. But they don't stop there. Republicans have cut or frozen over $1.3 billion in grants to Massachusetts from the National Institutes of Health for life-saving medical research and clinical trials. They're gutting our public health workforce by revoking temporary protected status for Haitians and Venezuelans, and directing ICE to terrorize lawful immigrants who are disproportionately health care and human service workers. We know these cuts will have even worse impacts on Black and brown communities. Right now, 60% of Black children rely on Medicaid for their health care. 60% of Black children in our country rely upon Medicaid for their health care. If these cuts go through, millions could lose access to checkups, asthma treatments, and mental health care that keep families healthy and children in school. It would leave parents with impossible choices between medicine and meals, and restrictions on Medicaid don't just trim budgets, they cut into lives. And with each Jenga block Republicans remove from the tower, Americans' health care becomes more and more unstable. And we know how Jenga ends. The tower collapses. That's where we are heading right now. But Democrats are not going to let our health care system collapse. The Republicans want to loot the health care system of tens of billions of dollars and then hand it over in tax breaks to the Republican billionaires who are their supporters. Well, the Democrats are not going to drive the getaway car in the biggest health care financial heist in the history of our country. We are not going to do that. We're fighting to keep the premiums affordable. Republicans call it a government shutdown because they don't want to admit what they and Trump are doing. It's a healthcare shutdown. And Speaker Johnson has Republicans in a political witness protection program right now. They're scattered all over the country. We want them to come here so we can negotiate with them to solve this healthcare problem. We can solve the government shutdown and the healthcare crisis with one vote. One vote on the floor of the House and the Senate. It wouldn't take more than that. They just have to come here. Right now, what we have is a president saying, well, there's nothing to negotiate on the shutdown. And so ultimately, that's going to be the challenge which this country is going to be facing because the Republicans are refusing to come to negotiate. So we're calling on Donald Trump and Republicans to reverse their cruel cuts, return the funding they looted from our healthcare system, restore access to essential care for all Americans. So I have a question for my colleague. As this ticking healthcare time bomb gets closer to exploding, how will it hurt Americans' wallets and our national economy?
Well, I so appreciate the question from my colleague, who certainly laid out a lot of ways that it's going to have a huge impact across the country and in your state of Massachusetts. And I was thinking about several of the points that you were making, which really are parallel for Oregon, but they're parallel for every state. In some cases, the states that are most affected are not even states that are blue states. And that is certainly true for we're talking about these tax credits, because 75% of the folks who access the tax credits on the exchange are in states that President Trump won. So we're not advocating to restore affordability to health care because it's an issue in our states, although it is certainly an issue. We're advocating because it's the right thing for every American, that health care is a right. It is a foundation for a family to thrive. When I think about the things that enable a family to do well, it's health care. It's a decent home, a decent community, that is housing. It is education, the opportunity for good education, and it is a good paying job that sets your family on its feet. Health care, fundamental foundation. In my state, the projected loss of people because of the slashes to Medicaid is 235,000 people losing their insurance in my state. A projected increase that isn't as high as the rest of the country. And now that we're starting to get numbers directly from the exchange, from the insurers, maybe we'll find out it is as high. The projection across the country was a more than doubling, 114% increase. And why is that? Because the premiums go up and the tax credit comes down. So a gap that was this big becomes a gap that is that big. 114%. In my state, projected 68%. Now, am I happy that that's less than 114? Yes, if it's true. But here's what I know about inflation in a fundamental item. People get pretty nervous when they have 5% inflation. They get really upset when they have 10% inflation. When they have 68% or 70% or 100% or more inflation, they're not going to buy the healthcare policies. And you mentioned Main Street is Pain Street. Maybe I heard you say that in the past. If so, thank you, because I've been using that phrase, and I'll try to give you credit for it, because it may well have been in something I overheard you say. And I talked yesterday, because we had folks representing small businesses visiting here on Capitol Hill, and one of the individuals said there are two things that are causing us a lot of pain, and I couldn't resist. Main Street turned into Pain Street. And he said one is tariffs, and the second is the health care. He said so many of us small business owners, we don't have enough to negotiate with a Kaiser, Blue Cross. We have our folks, our employees, go to the exchange. And he said he'd talked to 3 of his 4 employees, if I got the numbers right, and he said it doesn't sound like any of the 3 of them are going to buy health insurance. They're going, if it's that expensive as what it appears when I go online right now and I see the premiums up and the tax credits down and the gap in the middle that I have to fill in too big for what I earn, I'm just going to take the gamble. In various forms, it sounded like that's where his staff were in. And he knew that any one of them might win that gamble. They might get through a year without a health care problem. But if there's a group of them, a few of them are going to have significant problems. And then they're not going to go to the doctor because they don't have health insurance. And then the problem's going to get worse. And when they do go, a small problem becomes a big problem. And when they do go, they're in the emergency room, which is the most expensive place to provide health care. And the preventive care disappears, which is such a big piece of what we tried to do on the exchange. Either you get insurance in which you are covered for pre-existing condition, insurance that your children can stay on your policy to age 26, insurance where preventive actions are free because an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, and tax credits that make it affordable. You eliminate that affordability factor, we're back where we were. And I tell you, that impact on rural Oregon, it is devastating, because rural Oregon is less affluent than urban Oregon. So there's a higher percentage of folks who are on Medicaid, our Oregon health plan. And when it comes to children, we're talking 70% of the children in rural Oregon have the Oregon health plan. What does knocking 235,000 people off do? And what does it do to the revenue of the clinics and the hospitals that have to shut down projects? Or according to the Sheps Institute, 300 hospitals across the country will probably be forced out of existence, and they won't even have a hospital. They won't have any programs. Where are you going to go 70 miles down the road to find your next hospital in rural America? So it is a very big deal indeed. I'm so glad you raised it. And there is a tie-in to the authoritarian structure that I just want to emphasize. And that is, when you have an authoritarian who starts their year with a speech backed up by billionaires, and then does a bill that's about savaging programs for families to fund tax breaks for billionaires, well, those two things are connected, because an authoritarian doesn't feel like the need to pursue government by and for the people. If you're pursuing government by and for billionaires, then savage the programs for the people and fund the billionaires. They're your friends all around you, including friends who bought up Argentina debt that we're going to ship $20 billion or $40 billion off to. Outrageous.
Would the Senator yield for a question?
I would be delighted to yield.
Thank you. I'd just like you to follow up a little bit on that University of North Carolina Shep Center study. I requested them to do that study, and it came back, and it was a blistering, scalding indictment of the Republican support for these dramatic cuts to our healthcare system. And it concluded, as you said, that over 330 hospitals, rural hospitals in our country, would close. That was 30 in Kentucky, 30 in Louisiana, disproportionately rural America. And so could you talk about that maybe a little bit more, especially in terms of your home state of Oregon, but what that portends for the rest of the country in terms of the provision of healthcare services and then the flooding of the other hospitals' emergency rooms, the increase in the premiums for those who can afford health insurance, but the costs are just going to skyrocket. And just elaborate, if you could, just a little bit more on that looming crisis.
On to your question, I want to repeat my main mission statement for being here through the night, and that's to ring the alarm bells of alarm at this authoritarian takeover and at this strategy of doing authoritarian bills in which families lose and billionaires win. Families lose their health care or their nutrition benefits or their Medicaid in order to fund tax breaks for billionaires. But I am so glad you requested that study from the Sheps Institute at University of North Carolina. They're highly accredited, highly capable, great place to go to for this sort of information. And I think back to a couple years ago where we had a hospital in Baker City, Oregon, and they announced very suddenly they were having to shut down their maternal care unit. Now, it's quite a ways down the highway to the next hospital. And depending on the roads you take, can you even get down those roads in winter when there's ice or there's snow if you're having to go 40 to 70 miles depending on your undertaking? And boy, the idea that when you're trying to get prenatal care, you got to go that far, round trip, the idea that maybe it'll be harder to get classes that you're supposed to take to help you prepare for being a good parent. The idea that when you go into labor, you only got a limited time, and are you going to make it to the hospital? Anyway, it's a big deal to this medium-sized town to lose their maternal unit. But why'd they lose it? Well, that is inherently an expensive program. So what happens when hospitals are looking at increasing costs, and they've got significant personnel costs? They may now have increasing costs from the tariffs, because the tariffs affect some of the drug prices, and they're going, well, we're not balancing. We gotta, where are we losing the most? And so they cut a program like that. Or maybe they cut their drug addiction program, and folks who needed drug addiction just have nowhere to go. Or maybe they cut their mental health program. But the point is, sometimes they are so close to the line, they're like, we cannot make it anymore. We have to consolidate into a single hospital further down the road, or we have to partner with someone else, and we got to shut the whole thing down. And so that's where I think this the possibility of using 300 or more hospitals comes in, particularly in rural Oregon. You have a whole bunch, or rural America, you have a whole bunch of families that don't have insurance. They're going to the hospital for care, they're going to get care, but then they can't pay the bill, and suddenly the crunch is too big. 235,000 people in Oregon lose health insurance through Oregon Health Plan and can't pay their bills. Maybe additional group, significant group, loses the ability to get health care through the exchange. That's a lot of uncompensated care, and maybe that hospital just can't make it. That's what's happening. We've been losing hospitals in rural America for that reason. They're already at the edge. And so this type of blow, which in the Republican bill was placed for January 2027. Now, that may have seemed like a long time from now, but that is basically 15 months from now, we're going to be seeing the implementation of this dramatic assault on health care. So that's why I see as it seems legitimate to me that we can see that sort of damage to health care across the country with hospitals in rural America shutting down. I appreciate so much my colleague having joined us. And I see my colleague from Connecticut. If you happen to, let me see what the right thing to say here is. If you have I'd be willing to yield for a question if you have one.
Mr. President, thank you, Senator Merkley. And let me just say how much I appreciate, your colleagues appreciate, many Americans appreciate the labor that you have put in to raising these alarm bells tonight, and I would appreciate the chance to ask you a question. Listen,
Question.
Thank you, Senator Merkley. Having done this before, I know that the language is important. You and I have had a number of conversations over the past 6 months about the importance of being straight with people about what is happening in this country. I'm sure that a lot of our Republican colleagues on this floor look at what you have been doing overnight, look at some of the similar speeches that I and others have given on the floor, and think that we are engaged in pretty remarkable hyperbole, right? This is the United States of America. Our democracy is going to survive forever. This is not authoritarianism. This is just a different version of democracy. But I think it's important to talk for a moment, and this will be the foundation of my question, as to how you know when you've lost your democracy, how you know when you are on the wrong side of a transition to authoritarianism. There are a lot of folks who will say, well, listen, we're still going to have elections in a couple weeks. We're probably still going to have elections in November of next year. Well, there are troops in Washington, D.C. right now. They aren't inside the Capitol building. We are still operating. Well, many of Trump's critics have been taken down off the air, like Jimmy Kimmel temporarily and Stephen Colbert soon to be permanently. There are still plenty of people who oppose the president's policies who are on television and are talking openly about their disdain for his policies online. And so I understand many of my colleagues say, well, this still looks like a democracy, maybe different than it was a few months ago, but it's not authoritarianism. And I guess what concerns me is that there's not going to be this day when democracy turns off. There's not likely going to be a cancellation of elections because President Trump is following a playbook that many other would-be autocrats have used successfully to transform democracies into either autocracies or deeply illiberal democracies in which the opposition party never wins. That's what happens in a place like Hungary or a place like Turkey. They still have elections. There are still critics of the regime. In fact, the opposition party can still win a mayoral race or a local election. But the rules are rigged such that the opposition party never has enough oxygen, never has enough support, never has enough ability to air their case that they ever win at the national level. And you can see, as you have articulated overnight in this heroic effort, you can see this very detailed plan to constrict the space that the opposition, which is from an organizational standpoint, the Democratic Party has to operate. And it is a plan that Donald Trump didn't create himself. It is a plan that has been midwifed in other nations that he is copying. It's first and foremost about punishing dissent, targeting individuals who have been critics and using government power, whether that be the Department of Justice or the FCC, to silence those critics. It's about commandeering the spending power of the federal government to say, if you criticize me, you are not going to get federal spending. Right? Just a few weeks ago, the president canceled all energy projects in Democratic states. Just in Democratic states. A clear signal and sign that if you speak up against me, you are not going to get federal funding. It's about using the military to try to disincentivize protests and mobilization, especially in places like American cities where there are a lot of folks that oppose the president. And then it's about rigging the rules. The president has been openly targeting Act Blue, which is the primary way that Democrats raise political contributions. It seems as if he may try to shut down the vehicle by which people make contributions to Democrats. He is instructing Republican states to do something exceptional, which is to change congressional boundary rules outside of the normal schedule, so that even if he's deeply unpopular, even if Democratic congressional candidates get the majority of votes nationwide, that his party will still control Congress because they have rigged the rules of how these boundaries are set. And so whether it be the seizure of spending power, the use of the military, the manipulation of federal regulatory and law enforcement powers to quash political dissent, or the rigging of the rules to make it much harder for Democrats to be able to win in elections, it's a comprehensive plan. And I guess my question to you, Senator Merkley, is this. How do we know when we've lost our democracy? Do you agree with me that it is very likely that we are still going to have elections? They just aren't going to be free and fair elections. That not every single opponent of the president's will be thrown in jail, just enough so that it quells the interest of the public and of corporate leaders and of civic leaders to speak out. That not every critic of the president will be taken down off the air, but enough such that media companies will figure out that if they want their next merger approved or if they want their license to broadcast continued, they better just tilt the coverage towards the president and just make sure that they don't have too much criticism on the air. This is my worry, that there are a lot of, frankly, our colleagues, and there are a lot of Americans out there who believe that our democracy is still alive until the day when it dies. But we're not going to know that day. There is just going to be a moment at which the president has successfully rigged the rules, punished dissent, seized so much power that the minority party doesn't have the ability to win a national election. We'll still exist as a Democratic Party, but just like the opposition parties in Hungary and Serbia and Turkey, we won't be in a position to engage in a way that gives voters an actual choice. So my question to you is, do you share that view of how his campaign of repression of political speech is happening? And do you worry that people are just waiting around for that epiphany, that conflagration where the democracy disappears, when that may not be how this plays out?
My colleague has described very well the way this works. In the past, in general, you had military coups. People with guns stormed in, took over, shredded the Constitution, tossed it out, had command of the armed forces, and indeed, it was an observation even at the start of our country. I had this quote from Madison during the Constitutional Convention in 1787. A standing military force with an overgrown executive will not long be safe companions to liberty. The temptation to use that military. The means of defense against foreign danger have been always the instruments of tyranny at home. And so men with guns charged in, took over. But now we have a very different form in which democracies fail. It's the erosion of the checks and balances of the Constitution. So let's take a look at how those are being eroded. Well, we see that we have changed the rules of the Senate, so we are now doing mass confirmation of the president's list of desired individuals. I think, did we not have a list that was well over 100 the other day? No consideration really of whether they are suitable at all to serve in the desired positions. Well, that's an erosion. Then we have the power of the purse. And the vision is that in a democracy, the decisions on what programs should exist, how they will operate, and how they will be funded are made by the Congress. The president executes. So you deliberately fence off those decisions from the president. But what do we have right now? We have those decisions being made by the president of the United States of America. The programs he doesn't like, he's exercising a version of a line item veto by slow walking the funding disbursements, by canceling grants, by impounding funds, by waiting till the end of the fiscal year and filing a request to have funds reversed, funding authority reversed, and then during that waiting period, the end of the fiscal year comes and poof, the funds authority evaporates. All of these are strategies to put the power with the presidency that belongs in a democracy here, right here and down the hall in the House of Representatives. And let's take a look at the Supreme Court, whether they are continuing to defend the separation of powers. No, hell no, they're not. They made a decision, and the decision is called Trump versus the United States, where they said the president is above the law. There is no clause in our beautiful Constitution, our We the People Constitution, no clause at all that says the president is above the law. No one ever thought the president was above the law until Trump versus the United States case goes to the Supreme Court, and originalists who know the founders were terrified of a president trying to become a king suddenly give him the power to violate the laws at will, no accountability. And with pardon power, meaning the whole executive branch is above the law. That's another erosion. The liberal use, the use of the pardon power to essentially give a free pass to hundreds of people who stormed this Capitol while you and I were sitting here in this chamber and were calling for the execution of the vice president. Those are all erosions. And then we can look at the freedoms. Are the freedoms deteriorating? Well, one freedom is to criticize the president without the power of the state coming after you. And yet the power of the state is now coming after the people on Trump's enemies list, and he's telling in public tweets his attorney general to go get them. Go get them fast. Now I want action. They shouldn't have gotten off. Let's get them. Well, that's the tone of those tweets. And we have one of the people who's high on that enemies list is a fellow senator. If you have the whole power of the executive branch coming after you, targeting you, not because you've done something wrong, but because they want to take you down, that's an authoritarian state, and it's happening right now here in the United States of America. When you have a president who is telling the universities, we will cancel your research contracts, millions or even billions of dollars, if you do not teach the way and operate the programs the way we want, well, that is tyranny. If you proceed to have a president say to the networks, if you want that merger or you want that broadcast license to be sustained, you better get that program off the air or that comedian off the air who insulted the president. That is tyranny. When you have folks being shipped out of this country because they express an opinion on policy in the Middle East, and it's being done with no due process, that is tyranny. So I would say yes, authoritarianism is here now. Let's ring the alarm bells.
Would the gentleman yield for one additional question?
Yes, I would.
Thank you. I wanted to ask you about, and I'm sure you've talked about this many times already, but what is happening, what has been happening in your city, what is happening in Chicago. I wrote a book a couple of years ago about the story of violence in America, and in it I talked about the founders' worry about a standing army. And I did that because while I actually believe there's a common law right to private gun ownership in this country, I do think that's guaranteed in the United States of America. I know the real history of the construction of the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment actually was written to make sure that this country could muster a militia, given the fact that our founding fathers were very specific about their desire for there not to be a standing army. Now, of course, a lot has changed since the founding of this country. We now have the biggest standing army in the world. But you've spoken a lot about the conversation our founders had, having watched the experience, having lived the experience of British monarchical rule. And they did not want a standing army, specifically because they had seen how that army had been used against them and had been used throughout Europe to try to destroy the ability of people to dissent, that it was used sometimes in foreign action to defend the country and the nation or to conquer, but it was often used domestically to try to control speech and control political opposition. And so our founding fathers, I think, would be watching the deployment or the planned deployment of the US military into the streets of this country with the same kind of alarm that you are bringing to this speech overnight, because this doesn't have to do anything with public safety. This is a means to try to intimidate people into not speaking out. You've described scenes in Portland where you have the military essentially trying to provoke conflict. And they're trying to provoke conflict in part to just make it seem as if things are out of control in neighborhoods where things are not out of control, but they're also just trying to scare people into not coming out and protesting. Listen, it's absolutely understandable that an American citizen who has never engaged in political speech or political protest but thinks this moment is extraordinary and wants to raise their voice would think twice before going out onto the streets if they were potentially facing the barrel of a gun from a member of the US military. That's intimidating, and it's intended to be intimidating. And so as you've talked about our founders' worries about how this country could fall into despotism, what do you think they would say about the use of the military today, 250 years later, to try to politically intimidate US citizens in our cities?
Well, I thank you for that question. And I start with their strong thought, let's not let this happen. Let's not have a standing military. It's expensive and it's too big a temptation for our executive to use it against the people the way we had seen in so many other places. That second stanza, or that second phrase of what Madison said during debate at the Constitutional Convention, the means of defense against foreign danger, that's the Army, have always been the instrument of tyranny at home. That's using the Army against your own population. So that's why they were so worried. Over time, the security demands of the country and a variety of various wars, we did pursue a standing Army and a standing Air Force, and we expanded and so forth. Got the Marines, got the Navy, and we have the militia, the National Guard. And I think they would say, you've been pretty lucky so far that the understanding was so deeply rooted that these could not be used against your own population, except in extraordinary situations. And one of those extraordinary situations would be if the civil rights of individuals were being disturbed and you needed a deployment to help restore them because the local forces wouldn't protect those civil rights. And it's written into the law in just that fashion. And that's why there was a deployment to help students go to school, black students be able to go to school when folks were trying to block them to go to school in the South. That's what that deployment was about. But then you have this other standard that they can only be deployed if there is an invasion or rebellion. And just an understanding that that's a high test to meet. But the concern is you can have an erosion of the common understanding that it's a high test. And we saw that in two of the justices in the three-judge panel out in the Ninth Circuit. And they said, well, you used a definition, district court, that was appropriate for the time the laws were written, and that would normally be enough, but maybe you need to have a more flexible version of rebellion, of definition. And maybe you need to go back in time a few months when there were a few more arrests, and maybe that gives a stronger case to recognize that the president might be able to deploy. And you should give high deference to the president's interpretation, separate from the facts. And I mean, just that last point, high deference to the president's view. And what it says is it destroys the barriers put in place, the standards put in place. No longer do you need a rebellion to be allowed to use federalized National Guard in America. No longer do you need evasion. You just need a president to say, looks like a rebellion to me. And we have, therefore, that's what happens with an authoritarian president. They're not hesitant to say that. Former presidents have been hesitant to say that because they have a deep sense of their role in protecting the norms and the values that include defending our freedoms. But an authoritarian president, who we have right now, does not have that compulsion to protect the norms, violating the norms, violating the law, violating the Constitution in action after action after action, and maybe stopping when the courts tell him to stop. But even then, we had a 9-0 decision saying facilitate the return of Abrego Garcia from El Salvador. And what did the president do? He ignored it. Those are all indications of the scary state in which we are at this moment. I thank my colleague very much from Connecticut, and I see that my colleague is here from Maryland, and I would welcome a question if you have one.
Well, I was going to ask if my colleague would yield for a question.
I will yield for a question.
Well, I want to start my question by saluting the senator from Oregon, Senator Merkley, for standing strong and long in defense of our democracy and our Constitution, and ringing the alarm bells. Authoritarianism is here, and it is here right now. We are facing a lawless president who, when he was asked whether he had to comply with the Constitution of the United States, said, I don't know. And a president who every day is attacking the foundations of our democracy and of the rule of law. And I know my colleague from Oregon joined 7 million Americans last Saturday to say no kings in America. I was very heartened to see thousands of people come out across the state of Maryland, joining their fellow patriots from around the country in saying, in America, we have no kings. And you've been highlighting all night the way the President of the United States, Donald Trump, is assaulting the foundations of that democracy and our Constitution. And on No King's Day, we reminded one another, all fellow Americans were out there saying that we're not going to go back to the days of King George III. We fought an American Revolution to secure the blessings of liberty. And it was out of that experience that our founders developed the Constitution of the United States and then the Bill of Rights. So I want to zero in on a couple of those things and then ask you a question about one of those pillars that is being attacked right now by Donald Trump. You just mentioned the attack on due process. And we did witness that in the case of Abrego Garcia, Kilmar Abrego Garcia, who was abducted off the streets of Maryland, ended up locked up in a gulag in El Salvador. And the Supreme Court of the United States, by 9-0, said that his rights had been violated. A Fourth Circuit judge who had been appointed by Ronald Reagan said that what happened to Abrego Garcia was a textbook case of violation of due process. And despite that overwhelming evidence, for a period of time, the Trump administration took the position that they would never allow him to set foot back in the United States. We prevailed, and ultimately, he is now back here before the courts of the United States. And in fact, the federal district court judge down in Tennessee recently indicated there was strong evidence to indicate that the Trump administration had brought this other claim against him purely for malicious reasons, and that it was a vindictive prosecution, in other words, a political prosecution, that they were prosecuting him simply because he had exercised his due process rights. It should not be a liberal or conservative, Democrat or Republican idea that in the United States of government, in the United States of America, we are not deprived of our liberty without due process, right? As you've been saying all night, that was a foundational principle based on the experience that we had under King George III, where people could just be abducted and without due process arrested. You've spoken about the assaults on the First Amendment. We saw very early in the Trump administration the crackdown on students who were expressing their views on college campuses. The administration didn't like the views they expressed about what happened in Gaza, and so they literally locked them up. Now, again, fortunately, the courts have intervened, and most of them have been released from prison. Their cases are still pending, but the judges have made clear that what these students experienced was a gross violation of the First Amendment in the United States. And of course, we saw that continuing, as you've indicated, with the weaponization of the federal government, whether it's the FCC or other instruments of the federal government, to try to deter, crack down, stop speech that the President of the United States doesn't like. We saw the whole Jimmy Kimmel case, where for a period of time, ABC did take him off the air. And I want to thank all people across the United States who rose up and said, that is wrong, that is unconstitutional. Many people canceled their Disney subscriptions. And this is a moment where all of us as Americans need to stand up and recognize, as you are this evening, that we are right now living under an authoritarian president. We've seen, and you've experienced it firsthand in your state of Portland, the president trying to implement the statement he made, the outrageous statement he made, that we are going to use American cities as training grounds for our military. I mean, regardless of someone's political views, they should recognize how un-American that is. And the list goes on, but another major assault by the President of the United States on our Constitution is one that you've been speaking about, and as the ranking Democrat on the Budget Committee and senior Democrat on the Budget Committee have been really leading the way on, is this direct assault on Article 1, this direct assault on the power of the purse. Because there were very good reasons that the framers invested the Congress with the power of the purse, and that power of taxation and the power of spending the people's money to make sure that our budgets reflected the will of the American people. And as you pointed out, it is simply illegal for the President of the United States to look at that budget and say he's going to cherry pick the parts he likes and implement those and discard the parts he doesn't like. That's not how it works, and you've talked about the Nixon line item veto and how the Supreme Court shot that down. But this president is trying to do that, is doing it right now as we speak. And as part of the proposal that Democrats have put forward to reopen the government, and we want to reopen the government, we also would like to establish some guardrails to ensure that the President of the United States cannot engage in that illegal activity. And I call it illegal, and I'm on strong grounds to say so. The GAO, which is the independent watchdog, has reached that conclusion that the president has illegally impounded funds. That's the technical term, and they have found that the so-called pocket rescission is illegal. And I do want to also just quote from Senator Susan Collins, the chair of the Appropriations Committee, which we both serve on. And she goes into a good description of why this unilateral impoundment of funds is illegal and unconstitutional. And she says, and I'm quoting here, "Any effort to rescind appropriated funds without congressional approval is a clear violation of the law." It's one of our Republican colleagues, Senator Murkowski, who's also on the Appropriations Committee, has also pointed out that this is an illegal action. It's one of a series of illegal actions the president has taken. And I want you, if you could, to talk about measures that we need to take to put up some guardrails and protections about it. You've done that through an amendment, the Merkley Amendment, with regard to the other part of the rescissions process. You've spoken eloquently about this issue, but if you could just go to the heart of the matter, why the president's unconstitutional withholding of funds is a direct assault on our democracy and the vision our framers had of checks and balances. When they said checks and balances, they didn't mean a blank check for a lawless president. So maybe if you could, Senator Merkley, if you could talk to that and answer that question.
I very much appreciate your zeroing in on this question of how the president is violating the law and the Constitution by taking the power of the purse. But before I address that, I want to thank you for going to El Salvador to visit Abrego Garcia in prison, because if you'd not taken that initiative to highlight it, I don't know that he would ever have gotten out of there. The phrase used for that prison is, there's a one-way door going in and only coffins come out. That's the type of horrific situation. He may have easily been killed. He may have suffered the deprivations of that prison, been affected by health issues, and he may never have gotten the attention necessary for the administration to finally help facilitate his removal. By elevating that issue, you did two things. One is you helped that man return to his family, which is a huge victory. And I know he has more battles to come because of his being targeted. But second of all, you brought in an American recognition that due process matters, that court decisions matter, and that we're paying attention and we're going to keep making as much good trouble as we can when we see violations of fundamental rights for Americans, for the benefit of the individuals involved and for the benefit of everyone else, where we will hopefully dissuade the administration from violating the rights in the first place. So thank you so much for that trip and that undertaking. And in regard to the difference between a democracy and an authoritarian state, it often comes down to who controls the money. You control the money, you make the decision about what the programs are and how the programs are implemented and how much they're going to get. And in a democracy, you have a whole collection of voices from different parts of the country coming together to share their collective knowledge, the difference of their economies, their personal life experiences that give them insights on needs that are relevant, the needs that have been expressed that they have heard in their conversations with citizens, and that collected knowledge is placed into a plan for how we spend our resources in order to build a better America. And the values of our country are deeply embedded in those spending and program decisions. But in an authoritarian state, you have one individual, a man, potentially a woman, and that individual says, this is the way it's going to be. I like these programs, and I'm going to fund these. Those other ones, forget about them. And that, then we're in a dictatorship. And the president is exercising every effort to secure that power over programs. And it's not doing it secretly. Mr. Russell Vought, who was the OMB director at the end of the last Trump administration, and who is the architect of Project 2025, is very open, even before his hearing before the Budget Committee, saying, I believe in the unitary executive, and that the president can make the decisions and can impound funds. I don't agree with the Supreme Court decisions of the past, and I think we get the Supreme Court, we're going to get a different decision this time around. And we did get a little taste of that just recently in a shadow docket decision in which the question was, if the president submits a request to reverse a funding decision, that's called a rescission, but reverse a funding decision, submits it within the last 45 days, and there's a 45-day grace period in the law that the president doesn't have to disperse the funds, and therefore you reach the end of the fiscal year and poof, now you're outside the window. And that money evaporates. The authority to spend that money evaporates. So that was the strategy that was tested with the court. And I expected the court to say the following. In the rescission law, it says no rescission, no undoing of the existing spending, is in fact legitimate unless it's been submitted to the House and Senate and voted affirmatively by the House and Senate. Now, the House and Senate don't have to, well, they don't have to do the whole proposal the president sends. They can pick pieces. But the pieces that pass both chambers, then the president can shut down that spending. But in this case, there was no vote of the House and Senate to undo existing law. And yet the court said, well, we're giving deference here to the president. And since the fiscal year expired, well, we'll not cancel that strategy. So they empowered what is essentially, yes, Mr. President, you can slow walk the funding, file in the last 40 days a proposal to undo the funding, never get a vote on it, and you can wipe it out on programs you don't like. So the court has given much more power on this, where previously the courts said, it's very clear in the Constitution, the power of the purse is with Congress. It says it right there in Article 1, and hell no, you can't delegate that to the president. And hell no, you can't impound the money. But in this case, a court that is much more deferential to giving power to the executive did exactly that. So this is a huge concern that the court has greenlighted a fundamental violation of the vision of the Constitution and delivered a tool that we might see used repeatedly. My hope, like yours, is all 100 senators will join together, or at least a significant majority of both sides, and say we are going to protect our constitutional prerogatives. And so we are going to put in a clause into any spending bill and say, yes, there is a 1974 bill that says the president can submit a proposal to undo spending that has been approved, but the provisions that we pass in this bill are exempted from that power. They cannot be undone through a simple majority, what was passed through a supermajority. They cannot be done in a partisan basis, what was done on a bipartisan basis to address the wealth of understanding about what different parts of the country need. So that's the proposal that we need to put into each bill. Every bill saying, yes, these can be undone by a future spending bill. We do that all the time, by the way. We do a FY26 bill and we say there's 2-year and 3-year money in there, and it's clear that that money's not needed for that program, and we undo it. But that's done by a bipartisan basis to undo a bipartisan decision, not a partisan.
Will the senator yield for a question?
Yes, I would be delighted to yield for a question.
First of all, My question starts with a thank you, Senator Merkley, for raising the issue of the growing threat of authoritarianism in our country. I thank you for noting and being a champion of the very principle that our country was founded on, which is that we are a country, a government of, by, and for the people. And as I think about what that principle means, I think about the fact that in a democracy, what our founders wanted to ensure was that our governing bodies, our elected officials, would in fact be accountable to the people. So what does being accountable to the people you represent mean? Well, about 50 years ago, this Congress came together and in a bipartisan way passed something called the IDEA, the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. Why? Because families all across this country, from every political persuasion, understood that their children with disabilities could learn and thrive if they had access to public education just the way other kids did. And because families spoke up, because individuals spoke up, we now have seen 50 years of IDEA, special education, in our schools. We have more work to do in that direction, to be sure. We need to get more resources to our local schools, the way the IDEA originally promised we would, from the federal government. But because families demanded it and their elected representatives heard them and listened and acted and believed they were accountable to them, the quality of life for children and families with disabilities has improved exponentially. Then I think about Medicaid expansion. When I was governor of New Hampshire and the Affordable Care Act passed, one of the things that states had the opportunity to do was adopt expanded Medicaid so that people who had mental illness, for instance, or substance use disorder, addiction, could get care under Medicaid, or people who were working part-time and had chronic illnesses could actually get health care. And at first, in a divided legislature, a legislature that was one chamber Democratic and one chamber Republican, the Republicans blocked Medicaid expansion. But gradually, the people in my state of New Hampshire, the live free or die state, spoke up, spoke out, and said, this is really important to our families. And as a result, we found bipartisan agreement to expand Medicaid, provide health insurance coverage so that people could get better and could get fully employed and could then go on to private insurance, something critically important. Again, this happened because the people in my state, the elected leaders in my state, believed they were accountable to their constituents. Now, I think a lot about authoritarian regimes and their lack of accountability, because authoritarians don't believe that they are accountable to the people. They believe that the people are their subjects and are accountable to them. And that, of course, is what we are seeing from Donald Trump right now. I think about the fact that in 2022, we passed in this body the Pact Act, and it was signed into law. That is the law that provides health care to our veterans who have been made ill by toxic exposure during their service. These are our brave heroes that we owe everything to, we owe our very freedoms to, and this body came together because veterans all across this country and their families and their supporters came forward and said, we have been made ill in our service, we need health care, and we came together and on a bipartisan basis because we believe and know that in a democracy we are accountable to the people, that we then delivered something that the people, the veterans, our heroes, the people we owe the most to, we owe our way of life to, could get the health care they needed. That is the difference that having elected leaders in a democracy makes. And so, as I think about this administration taking health care away from millions of Americans right now, one of the challenges we're facing is that people's health insurance premiums who get their health insurance on healthcare.gov, those premiums are due to at least double on November 1st. In my home state, that means that a 60-year-old couple earning $85,000 a year is likely to see their health insurance go up by $14,000 a year at a time when a recent report says that if you are a family of four in New Hampshire and earn $100,000 a year, you cannot make ends meet because of the cost of housing and groceries and energy, daycare, health care. So we now have an administration led by a president whose authoritarian tendencies you have laid out so well, who is standing idly by while this healthcare calamity is facing us. Because, of course, it's not just people who get their health insurance on healthcare.gov who are going to see their costs skyrocket. It's going to be the entire health insurance premium marketplace that is going to see increases. So we are looking at a president who is busy building ballrooms, buying vanity airplanes for his Secretary of Homeland Security, doing all these things to satisfy himself and the people around him, but who doesn't seem to believe he's actually accountable to the people. I always thought that in the United States of America, we weren't subjects to be ruled, we were citizens to be heard. So, Senator Merkley, can you speak a bit to how this administration's attacks on our democracy have real impacts on the day-to-day lives of Americans?
I appreciate so much this passionate question from my colleague from New Hampshire. And there's no one here among the 100 senators who have spent more time working on issues of disability, bringing their own life understanding to bear to help millions of people across this country. And when we expanded the folks eligible under standard Medicaid, it had a huge impact on the availability of health care for disability. And then the additional work we did to try to say health care is a right, it's a foundation. Let's build a system where everyone has access. But the way you have framed the difference between a democracy and an authoritarian power is powerful. Under democracy, leaders are accountable to the people. And I'm pretty sure that these 100 senators all think about the fact that people elected them because they said they would lead on certain issues and carry the fight, and that they have a responsibility to follow through and make it happen, to honor that social contract they have with their voters, that they're accountable to them. And if they're not accountable to them just in terms of their work that they do here, they're going to be accountable at the next election. But the attitude of the president is very different. And as you put it, in an authoritarian regime, it's more like the leader believes the people are accountable to the leader. And wow, what a difference that makes, because suddenly there is no need to worry about the health care of the people. And you can lay out legislation that does damage to the people, but takes good care of the rich and powerful, because that's the world you live in, and you want to help those folks, and that's just okay because you're not accountable. And that's the connection we see between the authoritarian presence of the president, who proceeds to attack and diminish due process, free speech, academic freedom, free press, proceeds to weaponize the Department of Justice to go after his list of perceived enemies, and then strives to create conflict in order to send the military in to address the conflict and expand his authoritarian power. So that's one world. But on the other end, we have the legislation he championed. And how could a leader accountable to the people do a bill, support a bill that cuts 15 million people off health care in order to fund tax breaks for billionaires, or run up 30 years of debt, 30 trillion over 30 years, to run tax breaks for billionaires? That debt is going to haunt us in the future in terms of being able to do basic programs in healthcare, housing, education, infrastructure, job creation. And the answer is because he's an authoritarian leader. And that's how these two things are connected. And these real impacts that you're talking about are so evident. Child nutrition programs, savaged to do tax breaks for billionaires. And here we are in this Republican shutdown designed to ensure that the cuts to health care continue. And there's more damage to come to ordinary people. States will run out of their women and children funding. States will run out of other basic programs. Food banks are going to run out of food probably because of the additional burden that they're sharing. And not one element on the president goes, I'm accountable to the people. I'm supposed to be here driving welfare for our entire nation. I can't let the health care go double in price, as you pointed out, on average across the country. I can't allow a program go into effect 15 months from now. In January 2027, there was millions of people losing their Medicaid. And then even in that bill, he has a third attack on health care, which is to change the way that states can receive or develop their match. And if states can't raise enough money to do the match, they've got to really shrink the programs. And that's like a 2028 impact. So it's like impact, savage, the health care in multiple layers. And this is the connection between the authoritarian mentality and the real effects that devastate families in our country.
Well, would you yield for another question, Senator?
I would love to yield for another question.
Because as you were talking and as I have been thinking about the various ways in which a true democracy delivers results for its people, I mentioned in my prior question the fact that we passed in 2022 the Pact Act. And, you know, I was with a group of veterans right after we passed the Pact Act, and I thanked them for all the advocacy that they had done to get it over the finish line. And then we got talking about the war in Ukraine and why it was so important to stand up with the Ukrainian people who are fighting for the very freedom, for the very form of government that we so cherish, our democracy. And I found myself asking them the question, and I'll ask it to you now, Senator, would Vladimir Putin take care of his veterans the way the Pact Act proposes to take care of our veterans? So what are your thoughts about that?
Thank you for posing this question, which has not come up in the many hours that I've been standing here, but is very relevant to the question of what happens under authoritarian control. And first, recognize that Russia retained some trappings of democracy, but it's clearly a dictatorship. And that's the danger. When you have that authoritarian presence, certainly Putin is that personality. And he did get the Duma basically to become the rubber stamp. And he did get the courts under his control. And everything that flows out from his authoritarian presence. And when it comes to how he views the Russians that he's sending to war, he sends them expendable pawns. I mean, they were sent on unbelievably unsupported missions to be shredded. And over time, certainly the Russian military has gotten much better. But in those phases where he just wanted to pour people into the front and enormous numbers were dying, I still think actually the number is pretty high per day, it was like, again, he's not accountable to the people. And one thing he did, which was very effective, is control over the press. Because I expected the mothers of all those folks being sent in to be shredded to become a massive force, that resistible force that would shake the foundations of Russia. But they didn't, in part because the information was so dramatically controlled. And this is where even these early stage efforts to control and discourage dissent, or I guess you could say uncomplimentary programming by our networks or by our newspapers, the suits that have been filed against CBS and ABC and told basically you have to pay off these suits if you want the government to do its basic function to approve your mergers. Then the attack on public broadcasting and the attack on the Wall Street Journal and more. I mean, the list is long. But when a president, an authoritarian president, wants to control the press and at least discourage, make people think twice about challenging him. I mean, a $10 billion suit against the Wall Street Journal, I don't know where that will end up, but I imagine there are folks thinking, do I need to be more careful in what I say in this story? Oh, my news agency might get kicked out of the White House briefing. Oh, that's another strategy to cut off. So the answer is no, I do not think the Pact Act, which said, hey, our soldiers were exposed to these chemicals, and there's a lot of diseases that flow from that, and we should absolutely make sure they get treatment, and we shouldn't put them through a long list of, oh, maybe somehow, somewhere you have to prove it. How do you prove that disease, when we probably started, but how do you prove it? Pact Act, great act. And on Ukraine, I mean, here is a country that threw out a president who was trying to put them under a thumb of Putin. Here is a country that said, we're not asking you to come to fight with us, but give us some arms. We are fighting for our own freedom. This is a country that said, we reject the idea of having a dictatorship, Putin style. We want to preserve democracy with our freedoms, and we're willing to die and fight for it. That is the American vision. That is Lady Liberty. That is the best of what we have in America. And the Ukrainians stood up to Russia and have done a phenomenal job against extraordinarily large country with massively more resources, and they are still in the fight for their future and their freedom. I see my colleague from New York is here.
I had a few questions earlier this morning of my great colleague, and once again, his strength, his indomitability, and his caring about this democracy, which we all know is at risk, is just amazing. And so my question relates to something he touched on before in his discussions with our great senator from New Hampshire. There are so many ways this administration is trying to rip apart democracy. And one of them, you mentioned a minute ago, is the threatening of media to just do what Trump wants. And the man who's head of the FCC seems to be an instrumentality of that. Trump has said, things they say I don't like should not be put on the air. And they've held over the heads the broadcast licenses of some of our great media companies. In other ways, they're getting some of their friends to take over some of our media companies. And isn't one of the greatest blows to democracy, I would ask my colleague, one of the greatest blows to democracy when we don't have a fully free press? And has it been a hallmark of so many of the countries that he has mentioned that are autocracies or absolute dictatorships to have no free press, so no information can come out? And doesn't that dramatically hurt the American people when government is shielded and can do whatever it wants and hurt as many people as it wants because you don't have a free press? Doesn't it really shouldn't it really frighten every American that this is a large step on the road away from democracy, towards tyranny, and towards authoritarian government?
My colleague from New York, absolutely. Benjamin Franklin wrote that whoever would overthrow the liberty of the nation must begin by subduing the freeness of speech. And I'll just roll into that, speech and the press. And we have seen what Trump has done. He sued CBS News for $10 billion because he didn't like the way that a program was edited on the television. There is no way that that suit would ever have held up in court. But what happened? CBS said, we are involved in a merger, and that merger involves Paramount, controlling shareholder, and they wanted approval for a sale of Paramount to Skydance. And Paramount was CBS's parent company. So here is President Trump holding the approval of that merger over the head of the network to get a payment for himself out of the company. And that was a $16 million in the end. But then CBS announced it was canceling The Late Show with Stephen Colbert, top-rated late night show. Surprisingly, 3 weeks after CBS canceled it, the merger was completed between Skydance and Paramount. Trump didn't like all the things Colbert did to make fun of the president. You know, you can judge a freedom of a country by how much people feel that they can say funny things about the president. And I've thought many times, I come to this floor and I criticize the President of the United States. I've come to this floor and criticized the Democratic presidents for things they're doing. And I do not leave here thinking someone's going to jump out of a car, grab me, throw me into a van, I'm going to be disappeared or tortured. Yet that is so common in authoritarian settings. And it's so actually disturbing to me is one reason that I constantly raise the fact that I hate that we are seeing forces deployed across the United States that do not have an individual identifier, because that makes me think about when people jump out and grab people, and they did this at the protests in 2020 in Portland, no label, threw them into vans, unmarked vans. You didn't know what the hell was going on. But ABC, well, ABC had their own challenge with Jimmy Kimmel. And there was a situation where Nexstar and Sinclair, they own dozens of ABC affiliates. So let me just say that the list is long, including excluding companies or broadcast writers, reporters from the White House briefings. And now, most recently, telling all the reporters at the Pentagon that they have to not ask any questions in the Pentagon or they're going to lose their access to be reporters on the Department of Defense.
I thank my colleague for, once again, a great answer. The freedom of the press is at risk, and if the freedom of the press is at risk, so is our entire democracy. I see that my colleague from Massachusetts has come, and I know she will have some excellent, thoughtful, and perceptive questions. So I will yield back to my friend from...
I'm so glad that you emphasized the issue of freedom of the press, and amazingly how it's under attack in all these different ways. Here in the United States of America, it's unbelievable. And it's why I'm ringing the alarm bells. The authoritarianism is here now. Thank you, Mr. Leader. And I see that my colleague from Massachusetts is here. Yes. And I would welcome a question if you have one.
I do. Mr. President, I'm seeking recognition.
Senator from Massachusetts.
Thank you very much. My friend Senator Jeff Merkley is ringing the alarm bell. He is carrying the momentum of millions of peaceful protesters at No King's Day directly onto the floor of the United States Senate for all of the spineless Republicans in Congress to see. I want to be clear here. Peaceful protest is patriotic. Holding the floor to protest the Trump administration's lawlessness is patriotic. Standing up for what is right, that's patriotic. And I am proud to join my friend Jeff Merkley in saying this part out loud. Donald Trump is not a king, he will never be a king, and America does not bow down to kings. So thank you, Jeff, for reinvigorating that energy and bringing it to the floor of the Senate today and every day. You are a true patriot. So let's talk for just a minute about what's going on here. New reporting from the Wall Street Journal this morning says that the average cost of a family health insurance plan is now $27,000 a year. That's a stunner. $27,000. And that's after years of rising costs. The cost of healthcare is rising faster than inflation. Healthcare is too expensive, and families are barely hanging on. So what do we have to do? We have to protect Americans' healthcare and lower costs for families. Seems pretty obvious, right? Not to Donald Trump. In fact, Donald Trump and Republicans are doing the exact opposite. Their genius plan was to pass legislation that will rip away health care from 15 million Americans, jack up premiums for millions more, force rural hospitals and community health centers to close down, and shut down the entire government instead of coming to the table to save health care and lower costs. Now, Republicans just keep right on bowing down to Donald Trump. They seem to have lost their spines. Every one of them needs to go to the doctor and get a spine transplant. But instead, they are willing to make it more expensive for everyone else to go to the doctor. Make no mistake, our healthcare system is already broken, but Donald Trump and the Republicans are making the problem so much worse. Families in Massachusetts are now starting to get notices this week telling them that their healthcare premiums are going up next year. We are taking hundreds of dollars a month. Some families are seeing their premiums more than double. Others will get priced out of their plans completely, leaving them with no coverage at all.